I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
You got a chair back there?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. Sit down, everybody. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on, you can do better. I am Senior District Judge Kevin O'Connell. I am helping my good friend Billy Mesa out in this case. Senior District Judge means just what it is. I'm old, all right? I hate the fact that I have to apologize to you the first time we meet, but I do. Something happened this morning. We had to take something up outside your presence. It's going to happen again, I guarantee it. One of the things jury service requires is an abundant amount of patience, so I apologize. Don't hold it against that gentleman over there, nor against these folks over here, okay? Hold it against me. All right, we're going to get this show on the road. You've already been sworn. The state is going to read the indictment to the defendant, and he's going to enter his plea, okay? If you would, please rise, sir, with your lawyers. Go ahead, state.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled, and sworn as such at the September term AD 2022 of the 144th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term to present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 26th day of April 2021, Andres Perez Tarnava III did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Paragraph B. And on or about the 26th day of April 2021, Andres Perez Tarnava III, with intent to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Marisol Klingelhofer by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, against the peace and dignity of the state.
All right, Mr. Tarnava, how do you plead to those charges? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. State.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case, in a nutshell, is about three things. He shot her in cold blood. He burned her remains in an attempt to distance himself from his crime, and he's guilty. In sum, those are the three things that the state of Texas is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt through all of the evidence and all of the facts throughout the course of this trial. All of the elements that we discussed during jury selection and that my co-counsel, Mr. Van Sieven, just read out to you, we will prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And all that evidence is going to show that this man, Andres Tarnava, shot and killed Marisol Klingelhofer, the victim in this case, with a small 25 caliber pistol, shooting her multiple times. He then dragged her to his red GMC SUV, transported her to another property on the southwest side of Bexar County, right near the border, still in Bexar County, over by Atascosa. And there, he burned her remains in a steel barrel. The only things that would ultimately be able to be found of Marisol Klingelhofer, 2 bones. She was so badly burned. And that's what the state is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Our first witness is going to be the next of kin, the victim's daughter. And she's going to get up on the stand and she's going to tell you how this whole story was set in motion. She reported her mother missing, right? The last time she had seen her was about 4/25, April 25th of 2021. So she made a missing persons report about 12 days later on May 7th, because it's unusual for her not to see her mother. Her mother comes by, visits the grandchildren. It was unusual for her to be gone. So she made that report, and that was the first time that law enforcement would become involved in the disappearance and ultimately the murder of Marisol Klingelhofer. You will hear from some of these law enforcement officers how about a month later, reports started coming in from confidential informants, from snitches, from witnesses, that Marisol Klingenhofer would never be found again, that missing person was dead. And they started providing information as to who did it. And that is when the name of Andres Tarnava first came into the purview of law enforcement. You are going to hear how this information was forwarded to the Texas Rangers, and they investigated this case. And you're going to hear from those Rangers, Ranger Jesse Pettis of the Texas Rangers and Ranger Brett Peters of the Texas Rangers. And they're going to take that stand and they're going to tell you exactly how they investigated this case, who they talked to, the evidence that they were able to gather, and how it led to the arrest of Andres Tarnava. You are going to hear from the deputies that executed that traffic stop, a little more on that later, that led to his arrest. Based on all the information that they had, the Rangers were able to procure a search warrant for the Fowler address where the remains of Marisol Klingenhofer were expected to be found based on all the information that they had, where the burning had taken place. And so a multi-agency task force was put together between the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Rangers, and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office to go to that property, set up a perimeter, and search for any evidence that could be found of this murder. While this was going on, law enforcement was tipped off that the defendant was coming back from Austin, hauling some tires in a trailer. So the Rangers, when they received this information, they told law enforcement officers of the Bexar County Sheriff's, find a reason to pull him over and execute a traffic stop. And sure enough, that's what happened, right? What we call a pretextual stop. Because the real reason we all know at that point was he was being looked at for that murder, right? But sure enough, Bexar County Sheriff's officers didn't have to wait very long. They tailed that vehicle, and they found that the trailer he was hauling did not have a displayed license plate in the rear, which is Texas transportation code, right? You're supposed to have a rear license plate. And so the traffic stop begins. When they approach the trailer, they also see that the VIN numbers have been tampered with. There is no VIN number on that trailer. And you have to have a VIN number, right? A vehicle identification number, or VIN. Right? And that's how you prove the ownership of something. That's how you tie it into the system and all that. That was missing. So ultimately, Andres Tarnava is arrested for suspicion of a stolen trailer and for tampering with the VIN number, right? And he gets transported to the Bexar County Jail, where he is housed for several hours until the Rangers conclude their investigation of the two properties involved in this case, as well as they apply for a search warrant for the red GMC that was allegedly involved in this case, and they search that. At the conclusion of all their search, right, because the Rangers wanted to have a complete picture of the case before they went in there and talked to the suspect, right? They want to know everything that there can be to know so that they can confront them with facts. And all this while, the defendant is sitting in an interview room at the Bexar County Jail. As you may or may not know, and the evidence will show you, interrogation rooms have cameras in them, right? And everything that goes on inside them is recorded. And in this case, you are going to be able to see that recording. You are going to see how Andres Tarnava was placed in that room, how he almost immediately falls asleep. You can hear him snoring on the video. And then about 5 hours later, the Rangers come in and they begin their interview of Andres Tarnava based on everything that they know at that point. He is immediately Mirandized. He's read his rights. He says he understands them. He waives them. He voluntarily talks to them and gives the story. During the course of this trial, you are also, we expect, going to hear from some eyewitnesses that were present on the Lucky Road address, southwest Bexar County, where the murder actually took place. We expect that some of those witnesses, we're going to be able to bring them before you, and you're going to hear exactly what they saw and exactly what this man did to Marisol Klingenhofer. How he arrived after he had been looking for her, how he drew his firearm, how he shot her multiple times, the way he dragged her. But, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, you're also going to have the very rare opportunity to hear exactly what happened from that man himself, from Andres Tarnava himself, who confessed to this crime. And if you recall during jury selection, the state of Texas doesn't have to prove to you the why something happens, but we expect that the evidence in this case is going to make it amply obvious why this crime happened. And again, as the saying goes, you're going to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, Andres Tarnava, who during the course of that interview is going to tell you that the reason why he killed Marisol Klingenhofer in cold blood and dragged her body and burned it was because he believed that she had stolen his late father's military ID card and social security number or card sometime prior. How he had been looking for her to teach her a lesson. How he found her and did just that. And most shockingly still, perhaps, you're going to hear his utter lack of remorse for what he did. At one point in that video, you will hear Ranger Pettis ask him, "Do you feel sorry?" And he says, "Hell no. I'm going to find her in hell, and I'm going to burn her again." You are going to hear how, when they searched the Fowler Road address, they located a steel barrel and a burn pit. You're going to hear how there were reports. Law enforcement officers had responded to that address around April 26 of 2021. Unbeknownst to them, they thought it was like an illegal burning, right? An illegal burning. They didn't know they were looking for a body at that time, right? And you're going to hear how that was actually investigated on 426. In the remains of that barrel and in the ashes, they locate 2 human bones. And we're going to be bringing to you some anthropologists from the University of North Texas. They're going to come in and they're going to tell you all about the science that goes into these things and how they can distinguish between animal bones and human bones. And they're going to tell you that these were human bones. What you are not going to be able to hear, and this is as a result of these bones being so expertly and thoroughly burned, is that any DNA could be extracted from them as a result of that calcification, of that burning. But confirmed human remains, exactly where witnesses and exactly where Andres Tarnava said they would be found as a result of the killing and burning of Marisol Klingelhoff. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all of the things that I expect you will see throughout the course of this case. And that is why, when all the evidence is before you, and you've had the opportunity to see it and hear it for yourselves, the state of Texas is going to ask you to return the only true verdict in this case that will be supported beyond a reasonable doubt by all of the facts and evidence. And that is that Andres Tarnava is guilty of the killing of Marisol Klingelhoff. Thank you.
All right, defense, did you wish to make an opening now or reserve?
We'll reserve, Judge.
You got it. Okay, next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls to the stand Ms. Priscilla Gonzalez.
Where's that group being invoked?
Yeah, is there any other witnesses in the courtroom?
May we explain to our witness?
Sure.
That means-
Absolutely. Or if you want to bring them up, I'll swear them all and then I'll explain. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. All right, you can lower your hands. Listen, the rule's been invoked. And what that means is you're not allowed to talk about the case with each other. All right, you can't like rush back there, oh, this is what they asked and stuff like that. You're allowed to talk to the lawyers on both sides. All right, they might ask you questions or something like that, but you can't talk amongst yourselves about what happens in this courtroom. So when he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom, and vice versa. When he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom. And that goes for all witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. They're not allowed to share information with each other. The rule's been invoked, okay?
Okay.
All right, which one's first, guys?
Priscilla Gonzalez, Your Honor.
Oh, well, neither one of these is
No,
first. All right, guys, you can wait outside. Just don't talk about the case, all right? Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Your Honor. Ms. Hernandez is located. Ms. Gonzalez.
See, it's not always my fault. This is evidence of that. Come on up here, young lady. Have a seat next to me. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right. That microphone should move. Just make sure you speak up so all these folks can hear you, okay? Go ahead, state.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, would you do me the kindness of bringing the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, can you tell us your full name for the record, please?
Christopher Gonzalez.
And I know this question is not very gentlemanly, but how old are you, Ms. Gonzalez?
32.
32. Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Bexar County?
All my life. 32 years.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your relationship is to Ms. Marisol Klingelhofer?
I am the daughter. She's my mother.
Your biological mom?
My biological mom.
Okay. Do you have any children, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
And would Ms. Klingelhofer be their grandmother?
Yes.
If you could you describe what sort of relationship you had to Marisol?
We were in contact on a daily. We were very close. She was grandmother to my children. We were just on each other's daily task, life.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Gonzalez, that you saw Marisol often?
Yes.
Do you remember sometime back in 2021 where that stopped being true, where you didn't see mom for a while?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that came about?
We, the last day we saw each other was when I had taken her to her doctor's appointment, and her purse was left in my car. And she calls me the next day and tells me, we need to see each other because you have my purse. And we also had planned to see each other a couple of days later for my birthday. And I called her and she wouldn't answer because we were supposed to meet at a certain time that afternoon. I called her the next day. The phone was complete. It wouldn't ring, it was off. And it continued off for the next couple of days. And she missed my birthday as well. We were supposed to meet for dinner.
So let me ask you about that, Ms. Gonzalez. When is your birthday?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes, ma'am. When is your birthday? What date?
April 30th?
April 30th. So fair to say then that this was happening around April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember more or less a specific date when the last time you saw Marisol took place?
I believe it was the 26th or the 27th.
Okay. And then you were telling us about how she had left her purse in your car.
That's correct.
And you had made plans to see her, to return that purse. Did that ever take place?
No.
And you said she missed your birthday on the 30th.
Yes.
Was this unusual behavior for Marisol to go missing without a word?
Absolutely. Her phone being off was unusual.
Did this make you worried?
Absolutely.
So what did you do?
I picked up a police report.
And when you say picked up a police report, what do you mean?
I called 911 and picked up a missing person report.
Do you remember about more or less when you did that?
The day after Mother's Day.
Day after Mother's Day. Okay. So you brought it to law enforcement's attention that you thought it was weird that your mom was missing?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you eventually find out, Ms. Gonzalez, what happened to mom?
Yes.
And how did you find out?
It was live on Facebook.
So you were seeing live updates on Facebook as to the case?
Yes.
Okay. And To your knowledge, what ultimately happened to your mother?
Objection based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
Okay. I'll ask it this way, I suppose. Upon seeing the news, did you expect to see your mother ever again?
Objection leading.
That's overruled. You can answer that if you can.
No, because before I filed the missing police report, I went looking for her where she was living, and everybody denied where she was at.
Non-responsive, please call for hearsay.
That's sustained. Just do me a favor. Just listen to his question. Answer only his question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're doing great. Just relax. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. And obviously, Ms. Gonzalez, you've never testified before, I imagine, right? Okay, you might be a bit nervous?
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. When I asked if you expected to see Mom ever again, your answer was?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had gone to the address where she was staying. Do you recall what that address was?
No, but it was on Fowler Road.
On Fowler?
Fowler.
And to your knowledge, Ms. Gonzalez, is Fowler Road in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, Ms. Gonzalez. Did you ever have occasion to meet an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
How did that come about?
He gave my mom a ride to my house.
So he drove Marisol Klingelhofer, your mom, to your house.
Yes.
At that time, were you able to get a look at it?
Yes.
Can you describe what the weather conditions or the time of day might have been like?
It was day, it was hot, and it was in the summer.
Was there anything that would have obscured your vision or made it difficult to see or anything along those lines?
No.
Were you able to get a good look at Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
And could you describe him by something he might be wearing?
Gray suit, I think. White
Okay.
stripes.
And that's the man that you saw dropping your mom off at some point in time at your house.
Yes.
And obviously it stands to reason that it was before she went missing.
Right.
Do you recall about how long before?
Maybe about 4 weeks.
So about 4 weeks prior to her disappearance. Did you ever meet him in person or did you see him from far away?
It was not far away, but yes, I didn't get to meet him, but I saw him up close.
And how did you come to learn his name?
My mom wanted me to meet him.
Based on hearsay.
Without telling us, I'll withdraw the question and rephrase, Judge.
All right.
Were you able to learn what his name was?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to learn how he was involved with your mom or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness at this time.
Defense, hang on. Young lady, they might have some questions for you. Okay. Go ahead.
Just a few questions, ma'am. Now, you testified that that my client you weren't in, if they were in a vehicle, you weren't in the vehicle with them, right?
Correct.
Now, the vehicle arrives at your house. Did you see the vehicle as it arrived at your house?
Yes.
So you were front porch, inside, looking out a window, which was it?
I was inside looking for my cameras, and I saw them arriving, pulling into the driveway, and I step outside to meet them before they even parked.
And it's fair to say that you didn't have a conversation with my client, did you?
No.
No. Do you recall how long he was there?
Can you repeat that again?
How long was he at your house?
15 to 20 minutes.
State?
Yes, Judge, just very briefly on redirecting Ms. Gonzalez. Do you recall what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving when he dropped off your mom at your house?
An SUV. I believe it was like a dark blue or black. I can't remember, but
Dark in color?
yes, it was dark in color.
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, I believe, if you recall, you also provided a picture to the DA's office of your mom. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what has been marked as, for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 24, Ms. Gonzalez. Would you kindly take a look at State's 24 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
Picture of my mom and me.
Your mom and you. So this lady here is you,
Yes.
and then this is your mom?
Yes.
Is this a fair...
Sorry?
He's leading.
That's over.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember your mom to look like?
Yes.
When was this picture taken, Ms. Gonzalez?
Early that year. I want to say February.
So sometime prior.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the State would offer State's 24 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We'll approach State.
Yep. Or you can object from there.
I think it'd be more appropriate if I approach.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 24 is received in evidence.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm going to show on this Elmo projector State Exhibit number 24. Can you describe what we are seeing in this picture, Ms. Gonzalez?
That's me and my mom, and I'm giving her a ride.
I'm going to point to the right side of the image to a lady in glasses. Who is this?
That's me,
And then on the left side of the image, who is this?
my mother.
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, obviously we see some hearts above the head of your mom, right? Why are those there?
I took that filter, I used that filter because I love her, and I was showing her that we have something, a good bond.
Fair enough. So was this like a Snapchat filter or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously they were not there physically present on the image, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness.
That's good.
No further questions.
All right. You may step down. Take care of yourself, please.
Could you just spell her name for me, please?
P-R-I.
And may she be released, Your Honor.
Let her spell her name for the court report first.
L-O-N. And Gonzalez with the S or Z?
Yeah, she's been subpoenaed, right? So she's available if we need her. But yeah, she can go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to do something outside your presence real quick. Well, I say real quick, don't hold me to it that much, but I know the judge, I saw you taking notes. I know she probably instructed you the other day about note-taking, and you're allowed to do it, but you can't take it back with you during deliberations and things of that nature. Look, obviously, this is being live streamed and kind of stuff like that, all right? You're not going to be on. That's one of the rules. The jurors are not. But don't look at anything, don't talk to anybody, don't research anything, okay? We'd have to start all over again, so just, but I will give you enough time if you need to go get a cup of coffee, like I'm gonna go get, stuff like that, before we begin again. So you got a good 15 minutes, okay? So go do that, and then go back to the room, and the bailiffs will come get you when we're ready for you again, all right? All right, for the jurors, please bring your Have a seat, everybody. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have you back. State.
State House Deputy Aaron Garza.
Have a seat. Good morning.
Morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, keep your voice up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, state.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Aaron Garza.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police lieutenant for the city of Hondo.
Okay. And how long have you been a lieutenant with the city of Hondo?
A little over a year and a half.
What did you do before you worked for the Hondo PD?
Before that, I worked for the Medina County Sheriff's Office. I was an sergeant investigator.
How long were you an investigator with the Medina County Police or Sheriff's Department?
A little over 3.5 years.
I believe I called you as deputy. I should have called you as lieutenant, so I apologize.
That's fine.
Did you do anything before you were with the Medina Sheriff's Office?
I work in the Medina County Jail.
How long are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Over 10 years.
Okay. And has all of that been with Medina County and the city of Hondo?
8 of those years were with Medina County. Actually, 9 years were with Medina County, and then the year and a half with Hondo Police Department, so all in Medina County, yes.
When you were working as a sergeant investigator with the Medina County Sheriff's Department, what were your duties?
My duties at the time were, I was a narcotics investigator. However, Medina County's, our agency at the time was fairly small. So I was assigned to narcotics. However, I did criminal investigations such as property crimes, violent crimes, just pretty much anything that came across our table.
And while you were working as a sergeant investigator with Medina County Sheriffs, did you have an occasion to learn the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
What was the context in which you learned that?
I received a tip that she had possibly been murdered.
Okay. So after receiving that information about a possible homicide, did you learn, and I don't want you to say anything that any tipster told you specifically, did you learn the identity of any other individuals who may have been related to that crime?
Yes.
What individuals did you come across through those means? Your Honor, it's information I'm not offering for the truth of the matter, sir.
Well, isn't that relevant?
I'm sorry?
He's not all.
Is your objection that it's hearsay or that it's not relevant?
There's both.
Or both? All right.
Hearsay and irrelevant.
You're both overruled.
What was the name of the individual that you learned was associated with that potential crime?
The name that I was given was a nickname Zeta, but the possible first name of Andrew.
And through your investigation, did you learn the full name of the individual who may have been associated with those nicknames?
Yes.
Again, he's going to testify in terms of what he learned. It would be hearsay to not write a confrontation.
And you're saying it's not to offer for the truth of the matter asserted just how he did his investigation?
Correct.
All right, so your objection's overruled.
What was that name?
Andres Tarnava.
When you learned the name of Andres Tarnava associated with this potential offense, what did you do next?
I contacted the buddy of mine that works for Bexar County Sheriff's Office, who works South Patrol, Edward Robledo, and informed him of the information that I received. He then contacted somebody from Bexar County. I'm not sure who he exactly contacted.
Judge, in terms of what another officer did, who he contacted, be hearsay, Judge.
Well, he's not testifying to what the
Well,
officer
in
said.
terms of he saying what his officer did, based on speculation that he
Well,
didn't see.
I don't know that. Just ask another question, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. When did this all happen?
This happened on On or about the 25th day of May 2021.
I saw you look down. Do you have a copy of the report you prepared in front of you?
I do.
All right. Now I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Stage 3. Is this another copy of the same report that you've been referring to refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer Stage 3 for record purposes only.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I would offer Stage 3 for record purposes only.
It would assist, I would imagine to assist any testimony, Judge. For that purpose, for that reason, I have no objection to it. Just want to make sure it's not being offered, in evidence.
Certainly.
I don't understand what you mean by record purposes only.
May we approach? It's been practice in this court.
A record for appellate purposes, that's something you don't need to worry about. I'm going to overrule that. So it's not going to be offered for anything. It's not in evidence. You're not going to see it. He can refer to it to refresh his recollection as the rules of evidence allow, and then he can testify, and that's what you're to center what you hear on, not on a report. And he certainly, Mr. Cornelius Cox and Bridget Garza will have a copy of it to cross-examine when the time is appropriate, okay? So it is not received in evidence.
Yes, sir.
That's clear.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I believe the last question I asked you, Lieutenant Garza, was when all of this that you testified happened in this case took place.
On or about the 25th day of May 2021.
Okay. Now, after you referred this information, which you testified you referred this information to Bexar County Homicide, were you contacted by any individuals from Bexar County Homicide or any other law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Who contacted you with regard to this information?
I was contacted by a whole unit. It was Bexar County's homicide unit, Bexar County's missing persons unit, along with the Texas Rangers Division.
And what was the name of the individual ranger that contacted you on this matter?
The primary ranger that I spoke with regarding this investigation was Jesse Pettis.
And after this investigation was in the hands of the Rangers and Homicide, did you conduct any further investigation for your part?
No, sir.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
You may step down. Lieutenant, right?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. You take care of yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
State calls DPS Special Agent Romero Nava. Your Honor, may the lieutenant be excused?
Oh, yeah, the prior lieutenant. Yeah, you come up here. Yeah, the prior lieutenant can be excused. Have a seat, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I
All right,
do.
thank you very much, sir. Speak up into that microphone so these folks can hear you. Go ahead, state.
Agent Nava, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Romero Nava. I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division and as a special agent.
How long have you been a special agent with CID?
I've been a special agent for 7 years, employed with the department for 19 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir, I am.
Has your entire service as a peace officer been with the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, sir.
When you were working with the Criminal Investigation Division, did you happen to learn the name of an individual named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you learn that name?
I received information about a missing persons report I believe it was on May 18th. From there, I started doing my investigation, and it led to where we're at now.
Who did you receive that information regarding the missing person from?
Initially, another law enforcement officer, and then I received a missing report from Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Do you remember who had prepared that missing person report?
It was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
Once I confirmed Marisol was a missing person, I did my online database checks, and at that point, in CID, in the Criminal Investigations Division, anytime there's possible foul play or may lead to a homicide, we have to notify the Texas Rangers Division by policy.
Did you do so?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you contact at the Texas Rangers?
I contacted Ranger Brett Peters.
And after contacting Ranger Brett Peters, who took over this investigation?
The Texas Rangers Division, Ranger Peters.
Did you do anything else with regard to this investigation on your own as an investigator for DPS?
No, sir, I didn't.
That's the way to do it.
Feds? Excuse me.
Sir, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Did you write a report?
No, sir, I did not.
Absolutely.
No further questions.
All right, Special Agent. You take care of yourself. Stay well, all right?
Thank you, sir.
And may Agent Nava be excused.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, our next witness, the state will call Mr. Ruben Aguo. And if we might approach very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
To believe all, what, or anything they say, all right, as any witness, all right? So this individual obviously is in custody. Nobody's hiding that from you. They're going to bring him out of the holdover, and he's going to testify here like any other witness would. However, I have appointed Adam LaHood. He's a local defense attorney. Who's nice enough to help out, and that's just to advise this young man that everybody has a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, not to say anything that might incriminate them on any matters, whether it be involving this case or any other case, frankly. So he's a really good lawyer. So he can advise this young man whether or not he feels like he should answer the questions asked upon him or something like that. So just so you know where we're at, okay? So they're going to bring him out now and put him here. He's going to swear. I'm going to put him under oath, and then we'll go from there, just so you know what's going on.
Judge,
Yeah.
speak to him just very briefly.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Just a couple minutes, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll let you go to lunch at the appropriate time if we get done. We good? All right, what's his name?
Judge, the witness's name is Ruben Aguo.
All right, Mr. Aguo.
Yes, sir.
Come on up here, sir, with me.
Your Honor, where would you like me to stand?
Oh, right next to him, Adam, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Right over here, Mr. Aguo. This seat right over here, sir. Have a seat, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. That microphone will move, Mr. Arguello, so if you need to get closer to it, you can move it, okay?
Yes,
Make sure
sir.
these folks hear what you have to say. Hey, if there's anything that you want to talk to your lawyer about, don't be shy. You just ask me and you can talk to him, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, state.
Yes, Judge, may it please the court.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Arguello.
Good morning.
I guess before we get started, my name is Raul Jordan. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Bexar County. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you and I, let me ask you this actually, Mr. Arguello. Would you kindly bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Yes, sir.
There we go, so we can better hear. You and I have never really spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
In fact, I think I talked to you maybe for like 2.5 minutes while you were sitting out here earlier today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, Mr. Arguello, you are wearing an orange jumpsuit. You're in custody, right?
Yes, sir.
We're not really going to go into any details as to why, but, without telling us any facts of the offense or anything along those lines, is it true that you have a motion to revoke probation out of the 144th District Court?
Yes, sir.
And that is for a possession less than 1 gram of drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Arguello, would you kindly tell us how old you are, sir?
52 years old.
I'm sorry?
52?
52. Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, sir. I live in Atascosa.
Atascosa. And is that inside Bexar County?
I think it's outside Bexar County.
Okay, and that's where you're presently living.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were staying at or residing on or about April of 2021?
At my sister's house.
Your sister's house?
Well, it's my mom's house.
It was your mom's house?
Yes, sir. She passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Yes,
Arguello. Where was that property located?
It's over by Atascosa, by Fowler. Yeah.
Fowler Road?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, sir, is Fowler Road in Bexar County, Texas?
It's in Atascosa County.
You think it's in Atascosa?
It is in Atascosa County.
Fair enough. To your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not to worry, Mr. Arguello. Okay. Mr. Arguello, did you have... Actually, let's address your history a little bit before we get into the facts. Is it true, Mr. Arguello, that you have a prior conviction in 2022 for misdemeanor theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a Class B misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it true that in 2021 you have a conviction for possession of a drug less than 1 gram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that's it. Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Aguello, if we can go back to about April of 2021, you told the jury that you were living on a property that belonged to your late mother.
Yes, ma'am.
On Fowler Road, fair to
Yes,
say?
yes, sir.
Okay. At around that time, Mr. Arguello, did you have occasion to learn or know a person by the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
What was your relationship to Marisol Klingelhofer?
It's a friend of mine.
Friend of yours?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved with her in any way romantically?
No, sir.
No.
Just a friend. That's it.
Fair enough. So you weren't dating or anything like that?
No, sir.
It's going to be a little bit of a crass question, but were you having sex with her?
No, sir. We just drink and smoke, and she would drink, I'd smoke, and that's it. We would just talk and chill.
Okay, so just friends, you would hang out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On or about, actually let me ask you this, do you know an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes, sir.
How do you know this individual?
He's my brother's from school. They both went to school with my little brother named Roger.
I didn't quite catch that, sir. Would you come in?
Yes, sir. Just move that whole thing closer to it. There you go. I know it's kind of, yeah.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
He went to school with my brother Roger.
So Andres Tarnava went to school with your brother Roger.
Yes, sir.
What is Roger, your brother's full name?
Roger Aguo.
Roger Arguello. Was Mr. Arguello, your brother, Ruben, also staying at the Fowler Out address around April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know Andres Tarnava because he knows your brother?
Yes, sir. They went to school together.
Fair enough. Let me ask you this, Mr. Arguello. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
And would you kindly point him out and describe him by something that he might be wearing?
He's wearing glasses and he's sitting on that side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arguello. On or about April 26 of 2021, Mr. Arguello, did you witness this man, Andres Tarnava, do something to Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of walk us through what you saw and what he did?
From the beginning, or?
From the beginning, yes, sir.
Shit. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, but we're just, I don't know where to start, but
Let me ask you this. Let's break it down. Where were you right before it happened?
we're sitting in the trucks while I was smoking, she was drinking, we were laughing, we were having a good time, and it was a truck that a friend of mine brought. He brought out our vehicles. We were smoking, drinking, talking in the truck, and Andres comes, and then I don't know, he was talking to somebody. I couldn't hear him because I was at the truck, but I could see him. And he went back out and he left, and then he came back again. And then he was talking again, and I don't know what they said, and then saw him going toward the truck. And when he was going toward the truck, I saw him pull out something, and it looked like a gun to me, so I got off and I ran. She stayed in the truck, I don't know why. And that's when he opened and he shot her twice.
Okay, so let's break that down. You were in the vehicle with Marisol Klingelhofer at this time.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a Ford Explorer.
Ford Explorer.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
remember the color?
Green.
A green Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys sitting in the front seat, back seat? Where were you located?
In the back seat,
Back seat.
because the truck was tinted windows, dark tinted.
The truck had tinted windows.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said you were smoking and drinking.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving?
I really don't want to describe. I mean, it just, I don't know the vehicle, but it was like a red one or maroon,
Red or maroon?
something.
Was it a small car or a big car?
It was a big truck.
Okay, so not like a sedan.
It was like a Suburban.
Okay, so a big Suburban, okay. Now you describe how at one point he went back and he came back with what you believed to be a gun.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that firearm?
It's a small 22, I think it was.
So it's small.
Yes, sir.
How could you tell?
Because it was in a small case.
It was in a small case.
Yeah, and a kind of tan case that he had.
A tan case.
When he opened it up, I saw it.
And when you say case, is it like a holster or like a box?
Like a box.
Okay. And you saw him draw that fire.
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you saw the fire?
I took off.
You took off running.
Yes, sir.
Where was Marisol when you ran?
In the backseat of the truck.
Did you, you described for the jury having heard something. What did you hear?
I heard her say no, no, and then he shot her once, and she started yelling again, and he shot her a second time, and I didn't hear no more voice or
You heard someone say no, no. Who was that?
Marisol.
And when she was saying those things, was she excited, upset, scared?
Scared.
Okay. And then you heard 2 shots?
Yes, sir. The last one, I didn't hear her voice no more.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
No, sir, because the truck has tinted windows.
Okay.
I could only hear her voice.
After this event happened, Mr. Aguo, did you have an opportunity to come across Andres Tarnava again?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
He started bringing his stuff that he burned her with and to drop it at my house. So you can blame me and my brother for it.
Now you say he started bringing stuff that he burned her with. How did you know that he had burned Marisol Klingelhofer?
Because he told me he cut her up
He told you.
and burned her.
He told you that he cut her up and burned her.
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything else to you?
He tried to kill me and my brother, so he have no more witnesses.
Were you in fear for your life?
Yes, sir. I left my house and went to go hide for a little while till I found out.
And were you in fear for your life because of the threats that Andres Tarnava was making?
That's sustained. Don't lead your witness.
Fair enough. Let me ask it this way, Mr. Aguo. Why were you afraid for your life?
Because of my family, my nephew, my nieces, everybody lives in that house.
Did Andres Tarnava do or say anything to make you afraid for your life?
He just trying to kill me and my brother. And he said that he hated his aunt. As soon as his grandma would die, that he was going to kill her too.
Did you ever come to learn why Andres Tarnava did this to Marisol Klingelhofer, sir? Did you ever know why he did this?
I don't know, because she would leave with him, and I told her not to go, and she would go with him. And then she didn't want to go with him anymore. And I was wondering why she didn't want to go with him anymore.
Now you mentioned, Mr. Aguo, that the defendant told you what he had done with the body of Marisol Klingelhofer. Did he tell you where he burned the body?
In the back of his house.
In the back of his house. And do you know where he was staying?
With his, I don't know if it was his grandma's or his aunt's house, but he was staying at a house by Lucky Road.
Lucky Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then is that southeast of San Antonio near Lytle?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aguo, based on what you witnessed, did you see, or did Marisol Klingelhofer have any weapons?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did she have a knife, a gun, anything?
No, sir.
Did she make any threats to Andres Tarnava before he shot her?
No, sir. Oh, he would tell me that he wanted to kill her because she stole his dad.
That's not responsible.
And I think you misunderstood my question, Mr. Rodriguez. I said that she, Marisol Klingelhofer, make any threats towards Andres Tarnava?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arguello. The state will pass the witness.
Defense?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just have a few questions for you. And anytime you don't understand the question, you need to repeat it, just let me know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testify from time to time that you had certain offenses, or you committed certain offenses with drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your drug of choice, what is it?
My drug choice is
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
my drug choice is marijuana.
Marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you use things other than marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like what?
Ice,
I'm sorry?
methamphetamine.
You want to get closer, you can, Cornelius, if you'd like. You said methamphetamine, but he's hard to hear.
Yeah,
Just
ice.
speak up a little if you don't mind.
Ice.
Yeah, you're fine.
You said, was it ice? Ice?
Yes, sir.
And for lay people, when you talk about ice, what type of drug are you talking about? You talking about meth or?
Yeah, meth.
And you say that you use marijuana?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Fair to say that you use marijuana a lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you use marijuana, do you lace it with anything? Do you put anything
No, sir.
on it? Just
marijuana.
Just marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. During your testimony, I think on more than one occasion, you testified that you would be drinking, correct?
No, I don't drink. She drinks.
Okay, she would drink.
Yes, sir. I would
Okay.
smoke.
Okay. And do you know what she would be drinking?
Anything that's had alcohol.
I'm sorry?
Anything that had alcohol.
Anything that had alcohol. And you would
I
be
come
smoking?
Yes, I'll smoke weed.
Okay, you smoking weed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're talking about a joint, more than a joint?
More than a joint.
Okay. And you would just constantly smoke weed, correct?
Yes, sir.
To
Calm me down.
I'm sorry?
To relax me.
To relax?
Yes, sir.
Do you smoke weed to the point where you get high?
Yes.
Okay. Are there limits in terms of how high you would get? Do you get to a certain point you can't get any higher, or how?
You can't get any higher once you smoke so much. You can't get any more higher than what you want.
Okay.
It's not like alcohol. Alcohol, you can drink a lot of beer and you get drunk, and you can pass out and still be driving.
So with the weed or marijuana, you smoke it, you get high. When you get high, do you sometimes hallucinate?
No, sir.
You never see anything or feel something that's not there?
No, I don't see no point. So,
okay. So in terms of getting high, does it's just something that makes you happy, or do you start feeling a certain way, like you're floating around? Anything?
No, sir. I just relax.
Okay.
Just calm me down.
Now, specifically, on the day you testified that you saw this shooting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time of day or night?
It was in the daytime, maybe around 4 or 5.
About 4 or 5 in the daytime.
Yes, there was still sunlight.
I'm sorry?
It was still sunlight.
It's still sunlight. Now, had you, excuse me, I think you testified that you had been smoking that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember whether you also using meth that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were smoking and you used meth.
But I smoke more marijuana than meth.
Okay. You smoke. Now you say you smoke more marijuana than meth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of the your meth use, did it make you high also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have the combination of the meth and the marijuana. So would the meth make you take it a little higher than marijuana? I mean, a head nod, you got it.
Yes, sir. It's marijuana is a downer and methamphetamine it's an upper, and it balances me equally.
Okay. So this particular day of the shooting, did you say you witnessed the shooting? How much? When did you first start using meth that day?
That morning,
That morning?
that was around 10 o'clock.
Okay. So 10 o'clock for the meth, and about what time for the marijuana?
At the same time.
About the same time. So you get up that morning, when you got up that morning, were you?
I smoke first weed before I do my meth.
Okay, smoke weed first, then you do the meth. Now, were you in a, when you woke up, did you wake up in your house, or did you wake up sleeping in a car?
No, I was in my house asleep.
Okay, you're in your house.
I woke up, got up, ate breakfast, and went and smoked some weed, went inside, finished my coffee. She comes, she knocks on my door. She wanted to smoke a little bit because she knows I have some all the time. And so we went to the truck, we were smoking. She was drinking, she finished her beer. She goes, I'll be right back, I'm gonna get some more beer. She went to where she was staying at, some guy named Chris. I don't know his last name, but he's my neighbor down the street. And I said, okay. So I said, well, I'm gonna go back to my house. And I went and smoked another joint. And then we went back. She got back, we went back to the truck. She was drinking, and I started smoking again, some more weed. She started drinking, we're laughing, talking. And then that's when he showed up.
Okay. So that basically, your day, excuse me, that day is not, we're not talking about the situation when you go to work, you come back home. You basically, you get up and you're...
I wasn't at work, I was at home.
Okay, so you're kind of smoking and drinking and using meth.
Yeah, I wasn't working at that time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was not working at that time.
Okay. So, now you said this incident with reference to this shooting, then that would occur somewhere, you think, maybe around 5 o'clock?
Around 5. I don't, but I knew it was
You're not
daylight.
sure?
I was not sure.
I'm sorry, could you?
It had to be around 5 or 6. I'm not sure because it was daylight still, but I knew it was kind of late because, I mean, I get up around maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Because the kids, my nephew, my nieces get up early and they wake me up all the time. And and I gotta cook breakfast for them most of the time. And that's why I eat breakfast too with them. And I knew it was around 9 o'clock, so when she got there, it was around 10, we started doing that. She left back to Chris around 12, I figured. And that's when she came back and made about an hour, because I think they went to the store to buy some beer, because she took a walk before she got back. And when she got back, it was around maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. That's when we went back to the truck, and it had to be around 5 or 6 is when Ruben got there.
So 5, 6, you're in the truck, and I believe the testimony that you leave her in the rear seat of the truck.
Yeah, because I saw him get up with the gun, so I left. I took off running.
Okay.
I thought she was gonna run too, but she stayed in the truck.
All right. So around that time, you're still drinking. I'm sorry. Still smoking.
Not after that happened, no.
Okay, not after, but right before. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, your testimony is that you see my client Andres, you see him approach the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that he approached the vehicle that you're inside of, correct?
Yes, sir, with her.
Okay.
I'm in the back seat of the driver's side, she's in the back seat of the passenger side. And he comes into the back seat of the passenger side, driver's side. He parks his truck on the passenger side.
So initially, you don't see Andres with a weapon initially.
Not at first, because I didn't see him at all until he was pushing the truck. That's when I saw him unzip a little bag or like a box thing.
Okay.
And I knew it was a weapon.
Okay. You knew it was a weapon even before you saw it?
Yeah, because the box was square like a weapon.
Okay. So the box, was it a clear box? You can look through it?
No, you cannot look through it.
Okay. And you couldn't look through it, but you were guessing.
I'm not guessing. It's.
Oh, so you knew it was.
Yeah, because I've seen a lot of people carry those bags with guns in there.
Oh, okay.
Because a friend of mine has a lot of guns and he always puts them in boxes like that.
Okay. So you assume because other folks that he
I
had.
knew it was a gun.
Okay, you knew.
Yes, sir.
Ah,
From the get-go, because he's talked about things he's done in his past.
Now,
And I didn't want him to go to my house, but my brother still went.
just could you just wait? I'll ask you a question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alright. So, your testimony is that there came a time when you actually saw a weapon, or as you testified, you believe you saw a weapon.
No, I didn't believe I saw a weapon. I saw a weapon.
I'm sorry?
I saw a weapon.
Oh,
And,
all right, okay. You say you saw a weapon, correct?
yes, sir. I never seen that happen to me in my entire life.
Oh, you have to answer. I'm not just.
Yes,
that's
sir.
just the question. So you saw a weapon and you identified this weapon as some type of 22?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not really sure if it was a 22, but it was a small gun.
Okay. So it was a small gun.
Yeah. Small handgun.
Now, is your testimony that as soon as you saw the small gun, did you leave? Did you leave once you saw the small gun?
Yeah, I left. I ran.
You ran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you ran, how far away did you run?
I say maybe, but
I'm sorry?
about 20 feet, 30 feet. And then I stopped. I thought she was behind me, but she stayed behind.
And so you ran the 20 feet, then your testimony that you stopped after that? I'm sorry, I can't, it's not a nod.
I don't know how far, but I know I didn't go that far because I didn't see her behind me, so I stopped. And that's when I saw him open the door and shot her.
Okay. So you said that if I'm just opened the door, it was after you had run 20 feet away?
Yes,
Correct?
yeah. Because just coming toward the door, he was probably about 10 feet away from me, maybe more. And I saw him coming towards the truck.
Now, when if say, the vehicle was like this table here, see? And we'll just call this part of the vehicle the front.
No.
And this, no, I'm just, bear with me. So you would say this would have been, in your position, the back of the vehicle?
No, you're right. If he would see it his way,
I'm sorry,
if you would see it in his way, yes, that would be the front of the vehicle.
this would be the front of the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And when he's pushing the truck, yes.
And we'll call this back of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if that's the front of the vehicle, this is the rear, would you have been seated on this
sir.
side of the vehicle?
That side of the vehicle,
And Marshall would have been seated on the other side?
on the other side.
Now, when you ran away from the vehicle, did you run towards the front? Did you run towards the back? Or did you run
Towards the side.
this direction?
Yes, towards that.
Okay, you would have run in that direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you always on this, we call this the left side of the vehicle? Okay. So you didn't, fair to say, you didn't run back
No.
that way. So you would have run away from the vehicle in this direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, as you look back 20 feet away, or approximately 20 feet away, you would have been looking towards the rear of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were never on the, this is the left side of the vehicle. You were never on the right side,
That's a passenger side, yes.
correct? You were never on that side.
No.
when you ran. So in terms of your vision, or what you saw, you would have been looking at that vehicle from this angle?
Yes, sir. And I saw him press this angle.
Okay. So, in terms of what had happened in reference to Marisol, it would have been happening on this side of you.
On the driver's side.
I'm sorry?
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side.
He went through the driver's side.
Okay. He went to the driver's side.
The back seat of the driver's side.
Okay.
Okay,
So it would have been this side of the vehicle.
Yeah, he went through that side, through that door. Where the door where I came out, he went through that door.
Okay. And from your vantage point, is it, he's inside, did he get inside the vehicle?
No, he shot her from outside.
He stood on the outside.
And he shot her twice.
Come on. And when this, if you heard the first shot, sir, were you still running at that point, or you already stopped?
Yes, sir, I already had stopped.
Now, this location that you testified about is where you live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that that address that you lived at, where this happened,
Yes, sir.
was that in Bear County or was that in another county?
It's in Aguo County.
I'm sorry,
Atascosa County.
Atascosa County.
Yes, sir.
I pass it.
Yes, sir. May I please the court, Okay, Mr. Arguello,
Yes, sir.
briefly on redirect, I just want to shore up some things. Do you remember there being anyone else there at the property when the shooting happened, when the murder took place?
Yeah, there was like maybe 3-4 people.
How many?
I think 3 or 4 people.
3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Do you remember their names?
Yeah, so Carlitos and a father and a son, Carlos Sr., Carlos Jr.
Okay. Well, that you called him Carlitos.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
That's his nickname.
That's so far I've known him by that name.
Fair enough. Do you know his full name?
It's Carlos.
Okay. What about his last name?
I don't know his last name.
Okay.
I kind of,
You told us that Ruben, your brother,
no, Roger.
Roger, I'm sorry, Roger, your brother, was also staying at the property.
Yes, sir.
Was he there?
He says he wasn't, but I think he was there. I'm not really too sure he was there. He
Fair
says
enough, you're
he
not
was.
sure.
No.
Okay.
But I know Carlito and Carlo were there because there's a father and a son, and they got there in that truck, and he was driving because she got off to talk to him.
Okay, so you remember Carlitos for sure being there?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Now, when I was asking you questions earlier, you mentioned that Andres Tarnava had come back with some burning remains, right?
Yes, sir. To drop them at my house, so they can blame it on me and my brother.
Was that the same day or another day?
It was some other day.
Okay, so you saw him again later on after the murder.
Yeah, he went to my house to pick me up, to go pick up some stuff to bring to my house. He asked me, because a lot of people things to my house, because I let him drop a lot of things in my house. I'm just trying to be friendly to everybody, but I guess friendly is not enough. You know.
Fair enough. Do you remember there being an individual by the name of Gustavo Saldana also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he was present as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I proceed with this, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Mr. Arguello, let me show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 24, correct me if I'm wrong. I know you didn't take this picture, Mr. Arguello, but would you kindly take a look and tell me if you recognize any of the people in it?
Yeah, Marisol.
And this is on State's 24. Can you point her out? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Let me publish this. May I publish her on? State's 24, Mr. Arguello. A second ago, you pointed to someone on this picture for me. Who did you point to?
Marisol, but she's more. She looks like she's more has more weight there than when I saw her before.
Fair enough. So this is not how you remember her, but you recognize her.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to point to a lady on the left side of the image. Who is this?
Marisol.
That's Marisol.
Yes, sir.
Is this the woman that you saw on that green truck that was murdered?
Yes, sir.
This is the woman that Andres Tarnava shot that day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions for the witness.
Defense? We'll pass it.
All right. That's it. You take care of yourself, all right? Stay well. You're excused, Mr. Arguello. So the deputies will take you out. Admiral Hood, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, May I be
I
excused?
appreciate your assistance. You may.
Thank you, sir.
Not bad. Within 5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go to lunch. Hey, listen, do me a favor. Take those instructions seriously. Don't research this, don't talk about it, don't try to look anything up, don't do any of that kind of stuff. Just enjoy your lunch. I'll see you at 1:35, okay? All right, for the jury. Please get your notepads and
seat, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. State.
State calls Carlos Hernandez.
Wow, look at this. Armenian. Look at this. Hope I don't have to use that one. What'd you say, Carlos?
Hernandez.
Hernandez, all right. You met earlier, right? I swore you to tell the truth already?
Yes.
Okay, so just remember you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
All right, and speak up into that microphone. The last guy was kind of soft-spoken. Just make sure they can hear you, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead, State.
Yes. Please introduce yourself to the jury, sir.
I'm Carlos Hernandez
Where do you live?
in Lido.
All right. Where did you live back in April of 2021?
I live with my mother on Kinney Road in Atascosa, Texas.
Atascosa?
Yes.
Okay. Back at that time, back in 2021, did you know a woman named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was a friend.
Okay.
Mhm.
Have you seen her since 2021?
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about do you remember what day was the last you ever saw Marisol Klingelhofer?
The day when he killed her,
Okay. Today we're here to talk.
Mhm.
Do you remember what month that was in?
I don't remember exactly, but
Well, were you approached by law enforcement about this incident?
yes.
And after you were approached by law enforcement, did they ask you to prepare or to write down a statement of what you remembered at the time?
Well, we actually went through a walkthrough of how it happened.
Yeah. And then did you write down a statement as well?
I probably did. I don't remember that.
Let me ask you this. May I approach the
Yeah.
police, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you a document here that appears to be a copy
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
a document
That's
that was
my
handwritten.
handwriting.
That's your handwriting? All right, so did you prepare this statement at the request of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, now, as I'm asking you questions here today,
Mhm.
if there's anything you don't remember by way of details, because it has been 3 years, right?
Yes.
If there's anything you don't remember by way of details, let me know and refer to your statement, see if that refreshes your memory, and then come back to me and answer the question. So don't read off it, but if you think it would help you remember, just ask for a moment and take a look at that statement, okay?
Okay.
All right, so would you take a brief look at the statement and see if it helps you remember what month this happened
Says that April.
in? April, okay. And where did this murder take place?
On Fowler Road at Roger's house.
Okay, and when you say Roger, whom are you referring to?
He's a friend of mine.
Do you know his last name?
Aguo or something.
Okay. And at this house, at Roger Aguo's house, who else was there on the day of the murder?
On the day that it happened, it was me. Roger wasn't outside with us. It was Ruben,
Okay.
Gustavo, and my dad was in my truck.
Okay, so your dad was in your truck. Were you in your truck with your dad?
No, I was working on a motor.
Okay. And where was Marisol there?
No.
Did she arrive later?
Whenever Roger's place whenever the police showed up, a month later, that's when she was there.
Okay, so, but you testified earlier that this was the day that she was killed, correct?
Oh, no. You know,
All right.
I'm mistaken because Marisol, I'm talking about the other one.
Oh, I apologize. Were you dating a woman named Marisol Reyes at the time?
I was.
Okay, so when I say Marisol, I'm going to be referring to Marisol Klingo.
Okay.
Unless I say otherwise.
Right.
Will that help us communicate?
Yes.
All right, so On the day that we're talking about in late April,
Mhm.
you testified that Roger Aguo was inside, and you, your father, Gustavo, Ruben, and Marisol were all outside.
On the day that it happened.
Yes, sir.
On the day that it happened, my father,
Yes, sir.
Ruben,
Yes, sir.
and Gustavo were outside, and me.
Okay, where was Marisol Knickle?
She was Marisol kind of. She was in the vehicle with Ruben.
Gotcha. Okay, and what vehicle was that?
It was a green expedition, I think.
Okay, so Marisol and Ruben were in a green expedition.
Hmm.
You and your father and Gustavo were outside.
Right.
And Roger Aguayo was inside.
In his house.
In his house.
In his house.
At this Fowler Road address.
Hmm.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day this happened?
Can I?
Yeah, please take a look.
The time I don't know exactly. That's but it was during the day.
Okay. During the day, sun was out.
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else,
See, it was between noon and 5 o'clock.
did anyone else arrive between noon and 5 o'clock?
No.
Do you recognize, do you know an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes. Right there.
Okay. Is he in this courtroom today?
Hmm.
I saw you point to the defense table. Can you identify what he's wearing?
He was wearing a suit and glasses.
Okay. Did Andres Tarnava arrive at this house on Fowler Road that day?
Yes.
What happened immediately after he arrived?
When he arrived, when he arrived, he drives. Every time he would go over, he would show up like driving really fast.
Non-responsive.
Okay, hang on. Carlos, do me a favor. First of all, no uh-hs and say yes and no,
Okay,
if you would,
yes.
please. And just answer his specific question, okay?
Okay.
Not like every time. He asked what he did this day.
Okay.
So just keep it to that. So it's not your fault. Just rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. On this day, describe for the jury how Mr. Tarnava arrived at this address.
Okay, well, he showed up driving pretty fast.
Was that typical?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And after he arrived, do you remember what he was driving?
It was a GMC maroon.
A maroon GMC?
Mhm.
Okay. So after he pulled up in his maroon GMC, what did he do?
He parked behind the house, and we were further back on the property. I was working on a motor, and he showed up, got off, and I saw that he was carrying some kind of like pouch. That's what it looked like. And when he got to the Green Expedition,
Before you continue, what did that pouch look like?
I believe it was like a brown color. It looked like a leather one.
Okay, so like a brown, like a tan brown.
A tan, yeah.
patch. Okay. Once he approached the expedition, was Ruben still in the expedition?
Yes. Well, when he approached it,
Yeah.
Ruben ran out of the expedition.
Okay. Then what happened?
That's when he had the door open and he shot a couple of times. It was probably about 3 or 4 times.
Who did he shoot?
Marisol, she was in the truck. You can hear the gunshots, and one actually went through the window
Okay.
and hit my vehicle.
Your vehicle got hit by bullets.
Do you say yes or no?
Yes.
Did you hear Marisol cry out?
I heard
Objection, bleeding.
It's overruled. You can answer the question.
I heard her yell, but when all that happened, we all just stopped what we were doing.
What did Tarnava do immediately after he shot Ms. Klingon?
He dragged her out of the truck
How did he drag her out of the truck?
by her leg.
What did he do with her after he dragged her out of the truck?
When he dragged her out of the truck and she was on the ground, he asked for help, and we didn't do it.
Okay, so I was going to ask, did anyone help him? That's a no.
No.
What did he do after that?
He dragged her all the way to his truck, to the GMC.
Did he put her inside the GMC?
He put her inside in the back.
Did he do anything else at that location on that day?
No, he left.
When did you see him again after that?
Can I take a look at this?
Yeah, please.
I don't remember. It wasn't not too long after. He would always just show up, and to me, when he would show up, he would like brag about it. He was loud about it, and trying to scare like all of us.
So let's take that in pieces. When you say he would brag about it, the he you're referring to is the defendant, Mr. Tarnava. What would he brag about?
He would just talk about it, like how what he did, and then he told Roger, like, you didn't think I would kill her, right? Like, why are you gonna do that?
Did he say what he did with her body after he left?
Nah, he didn't tell me anything.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Now, you also mentioned that he threatened.
That, like, all that's what I mean by, like, he was scaring us not to say anything. And we stayed quiet, and it's a scary feeling, like you don't know what to do. You do something, and something's gonna happen to us too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is that why you didn't go to law enforcement yourself?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Yes.
That's overruled. You can answer. Your answer.
It was a yes.
Yes.
When the police got involved, what police officer approached you about what happened?
It was the Texas Ranger.
Okay.
I forgot his name.
That's okay. But it was a Texas Ranger?
Yeah, it was a Texas Ranger.
And did
We called him Cinco.
Cinco, all right. I assume he asked you what happened?
Yeah, we actually went to a walkthrough. Wow.
Okay. When you say a walkthrough, what property did you go for a walkthrough of?
Of where it happened?
They're on Fowler Road?
Mm-hmm.
Did you take him to any other properties?
No. Oh yeah, we went to his place.
What did you show them at his place?
Where because Roger was cutting his grass for him and all that.
Yeah.
And he cleaned trash for him too.
Okay.
Because at Roger's place, a lot of people dump trash, and he gets paid for it.
Okay.
Well, I had my truck, so I took Roger, and we cleaned. He cleaned his he cut his grass while I was there waiting, and then I helped Roger put the trash on a little trailer, a lot of trash,
Okay.
camper, all kinds of stuff, and we went back to Roger's place because Roger dumps his trash there.
And you took the Rangers there to the defendant's
Mm-hmm.
place where y'all collected trash.
Right.
Why did you take them there?
We went. How was it? We met up with an investigator or something like that, and that's where they told me.
Objection, hearsay.
Can't say anything that anybody told you, okay, Cross?
Okay.
Did the police
The
ask you
police,
to take you
right.
to take them there?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Yeah, that's leading, that's staying, counsel. Don't lead your witness, and don't talk over him.
Yes,
You
sir.
ask the question, let him answer.
Yes, sir. Do you remember the address of the defendant's place where you went with law enforcement?
I know where it is. I don't know the address.
Okay. Now, I expect the defense is going to ask you some questions about your history with the law.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been arrested before?
Yes.
Have you been convicted of any felony crimes?
I'm on probation for a felony right now.
Okay, what felony is that?
That's smuggling of people.
Smuggling a person?
That was back in
2020.
2020.
Other than that, have you been convicted of any felonies?
No.
All right. And does that conviction have anything to do with you telling the truth today?
Oh, nothing to do with it.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
Defense?
My approach witness.
Sure, if you need to. See the statement.
Okay, sir, I'm just want to ask you a few questions. Now, the day, time that you say you saw this shoot, you said I was at Garza's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what day it was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember what day of the week it was? Was it on Wednesday or Thursday? Do you have any idea?
It's been 3 years. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, my question is...
No, I don't.
Now, when you testified that this occurred, did you go and, based on what you said you saw, did you call the police? You go and call the police?
No, I didn't. I didn't call him.
You didn't call. Did you drive down to the police station?
No.
What about the next day? Did you call the police?
No, I didn't.
Did you go to the police station?
No.
The third day?
No.
You go to the police station and call the police?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever go down to the police station or call the police?
The only time, no, I didn't.
You did.
No.
Now, that day that you said this happened, do you recall approximately what time I believe you said you and who went to Roger's house with you? Did you go to Roger's house with someone?
On that day that it happened?
Correct.
No, I was already there.
You were there from that morning?
Yes, for that morning. I was working on a motor mechanic.
About what time that morning?
I don't remember.
Before 10 o'clock?
Probably before, yes.
Okay. So, what, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning?
We can say 8, 9.
8 or 9. So if you made a statement that said you were there between like noon and 5 o'clock. Would that be correct? Or would that be?
If I made a statement,
I'm sorry, I'm saying.
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
If you made a statement or told someone that you arrived here somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock, that wouldn't be correct.
That wouldn't be correct because I was already there.
I'm sorry?
I mean, I don't get the question you're asking. I mean, I got there I got there early that morning.
Oh,
It happened between noon and 5.
so you got there early that morning.
Mhm.
So your testimony here on the oath would be before 10. Your statement this today
Mhm.
on the oath would be that you arrived at the house before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Of course, it wasn't.
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 6, and I believe you identified that as a statement that you gave, correct?
Correct.
And as you look at it, just look at it and see whether it refreshes your recollection as to when you arrived at the house. At Roger's house.
It's okay. Yeah, it's saying
No,
that I got
I'm not
there.
asking what it's saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you, did it refresh your recollection in terms of the time period where you arrived at Roger's house?
Did it refresh? I mean, it doesn't need to be refreshed because I'm always at Roger's house.
Oh, so you live
So
there?
I don't live there.
Oh,
I always go over there. So
I don't know.
I would get there.
oh, fine.
Okay.
Well, my question is not what you always do. My question is, what did you do on this occasion?
On that occasion, like I was trying to get to that. I'm there, I leave, and I come back. That day, I was with my dad when I came back to Rogers. I'm always leaving and going all the time.
So you're just leaving and going to Roger's house?
And it's because,
24 hours a day?
I mean, not 24 hours a day. I'm there for a long period and then I leave.
This day that you're talking about?
Right.
I asked you when to refresh your recollection, what time approximately did you get to the house that particular day?
Okay, I was there in the morning. I don't know the exact time. That's why I was telling you. I leave, and when I went back with my dad,
Hang on just a second. All cell phones off, please.
when I went back, I had my dad with me. Yeah, and he's my dad is practically always with me. I work with him. He's always with me, and he was there, and that's when all that happened.
So, in your statement that you gave to the police, did you indicate anywhere in that statement that you were at the house earlier, you left, and then you came back?
Oh no, I didn't put it
You
on
didn't
here.
put that?
No, I didn't.
Now, you testified that you arrived back with your father.
Right.
correct?
Yes.
And you were doing some specific work, correct?
Right.
And what type of work were you doing at the house?
I was working on the motor because I would get parts for my truck.
Okay, you were working on
I was taking parts off of a motor
Oh, you're taking part off of the motor.
with Gustavo.
And how far away were you from the truck where that you indicated that was shot?
It happened. I was like from here to the doors. That's how close I was.
About from here to the door?
Yes, that distance right there.
Now, you testified, who was in that truck?
Ruben and Marisol.
So you're at possibly the distance where you are, and the truck is about this distance here.
Mhm.
Okay. Is it anything obstructing your view of the truck? Is there anything between you
And that truck?
and that truck?
No.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Do you know whether anybody was in that, in terms of in that truck? Who was in charge of the truck?
Who was what?
Yeah, who was in, could you determine on that distance, who was actually in charge, inside the truck?
Yeah.
Who?
Ruben and Marisol.
Okay. Could you determine what they were doing inside the truck?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't.
Okay. Did you smell anything like marijuana being smoked in the truck or not?
No, I couldn't.
No? No. Could you determine where they were seated inside the truck?
No, I don't know because that truck, that vehicle is the front seats, a middle seat, and then there's space in the back, so I couldn't see
You couldn't see.
the part of the truck that we're in.
So you testified, your testimony is that eventually Andres comes to the location, correct?
Yes.
And he's carrying something. You see him carrying something.
Yes, in his hand.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, what did you say?
yes, and he pulls out a gun out of that pouch that I explained.
And I know you're eager to tell what happened, but you gotta listen to my question.
Okay.
He comes at location and you see him carrying something, correct?
Correct.
So at that point, are you underneath the truck that you're working on, or you on the side of it? Where are you?
The motor was already out, so I'm standing next, like right next to the motor, working on it. The motor was out of the vehicle.
And your testimony is that you heard perhaps 4 shots?
It was about 3 to 4 shots.
3 to 4. Now, when you heard the 3 to 4 shots, you moved towards the vehicle where the shooting was? Did you move away from it? Run away from it?
I stayed where I was at. I just froze, like I got scared, and you know when you hear a gunshot like that, you freeze, and you look up or you drop to the ground. I stood there and looked up, and that's when I saw it happen.
Now, when this occurred, were you, now you said that you're on probation for the smuggling case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you on probation then, when this happened, or your probation occurred after?
When that happened, if I'm correct, I was on probation for a DWI in the valley. police showed up, I went to jail for that warrant. Because I had a warrant for the DWI.
So you said when the police showed up,
A month later.
a month later?
Yeah.
Okay. And they show up and you speak to them for a little while and you're taken to jail?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, the statement that you gave to the police, was that a statement made by you prior to you going to jail or after you came out?
When I made that statement,
Yes. This statement,
I made that statement that that's the day that they took me to jail. Like I was in the vehicle at Roger's house still.
okay. All right. So when you made this statement, this was the same time day that they took you to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So did you make a statement first, then you take you to jail, or did you go to jail first and make the statement later on once you got it?
I made the statement in the vehicle at Rogers, and then I went to jail.
Now, is this the same day you mentioned that you went to some other location?
When I made the statement,
Correct.
it's not the
You go to
same.
another location or not?
It's not the same day.
Oh. And in terms of your testimony here today, you were given a subpoena?
Yes.
And there was no, you didn't have any agreement or by the state or anybody else to help you out in your probation case or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Hey,
Really for your art. You testified that you saw the defendant take a gun out of that brown tan satchel.
Yes.
Now, you also testified you were some distance away.
Yes.
Were you able to get a decent look at that firearm?
It looked like a chrome.
Like a chrome? All right, did you see what color it was?
No, chrome, that's the color.
Oh, like chrome.
Chrome.
I got it, sorry.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. So, like shiny chrome.
Shiny chrome, yeah.
Okay. Was it big or small?
It was small.
A small chrome pistol.
Yeah. The gun didn't even sound loud. It sounded like a small gun.
Sounded like small caliber? Okay. Nothing further. Right?
When you say you saw the pistol and you were like 20 feet, maybe 25 feet away.
Right. Yes.
Nothing further.
all right, Mr. Hernandez, thank you very much. You take care of yourself now. Stay well, all right?
Yes, sir.
That's the Mr. Hernandez piece.
Yes. You guys okay? Okay, next witness.
Now the state calls Roger Aguo.
Right up here, sir, please. In this chair right next to me. Have a seat, sir. I met you this morning, right?
Yes, sir.
I swore you to tell the truth?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
you're still under oath, remember that, okay? Make sure that microphone, it moves, so make sure you speak right into it, all right? So we can hear you. Go ahead, State.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
My name is Roger Arraignment.
Roger Aguo. Do you have a brother?
Yes.
What's his name?
Ruben Arraignment.
Do the two of you live together?
Yes, we do.
Where do you live?
At my mom's house at Fall Road.
Okay, on Fowler Road?
Yes.
What is the address of your mom's house on Fowler Road?
11125 Fall Road.
11125 Fowler Road. What county is that in?
I just goes up, but for some reason it's Bear County.
All right, so you're in the city of Atascosa,
Yes, sir.
in Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if your brother testified different, was he convicted?
In terms of the rule, Judge, we object to.
That's the state.
Violation of the
Understood.
rule.
That's a state.
Understood. But just to be clear, your house is located in Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
Property taxes go to Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm gonna show you a map real briefly that I've marked as state's.
Would you like to approach?
May I approach, sir? Show you a map I've marked as Exhibit 19. This little red dot, identify that Fowler Road address.
Yes.
What exhibit was that, counsel?
State 19.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, does this map fairly accurately depict the location of your house within the state of Texas and within Bexar County?
Yes.
Now for state 19.
Any objections, counsel?
I'd like to take the witness over that.
Go ahead.
Sir, with reference to state exhibit 19, have you seen this document before?
No, it's right now.
I'm sorry,
Says right now?
just right now.
Yeah.
You didn't prepare this.
No?
No, you didn't make this document.
No, I didn't.
Well, let me proceed. If I may. You say you don't think so, so I just want you to look at it. It's exhibit number 19. Did you prepare it? Did you prepare that document?
Okay, I don't know what you mean by prepared document, man. I don't know.
Did you
what
make
mean.
it, that document?
No, I didn't make the document.
Okay, you didn't make it.
No, I didn't.
Have you seen this other than when the state just showed it to you? Have you seen it before?
No.
Okay. Now there's a dot on this document.
Well, where I live at says Addis goes up, but for Bear County, it's all confusing, man.
It's all confusing, right?
Yeah, it's all confusing. It's Addis goes up, but it's Bear County. That's it.
Okay.
There's nothing more.
So
than
when this exhibit was shown to you, and you testified that this dot represents where you live, you can't tell where you live based on this dot on this page, right?
Well, yeah, because this is Von Army and then this is Lido. I live
Can
between.
you tell?
I live
where
between
your
Von Army and
house-
Lido.
Let me ask you a question. Can you tell, based on this document, where your house is?
It's not gonna point exactly where I live at, man.
No. Okay, just listen to the question.
Okay.
Can you determine, based on this document, exactly where your house is?
No.
No.
Yes. No. But it's close by, I guess.
I'm sorry?
It's close, I guess.
You are working on the text tonight.
Let me see it. Counsel, refresh me. What question did you ask this?
Your Honor, I asked the defendant, or I asked the witness, if this doc fairly and accurately represented the location of this house within the state of Texas and within Bexar County, to which he answered yes.
All right, State's Exhibit 19 is received in evidence. Your objection to me goes to the weight, not the admissibility of that document, so.
May I publish, Your Honor?
It's, 19 is received.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you testified earlier, you referenced Lytle and Van Orman, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does this show where your house is between those two cities?
Objection leading.
Don't
Yes.
lead your witness, it's sustained.
Does this map show where your house is in Bexar County?
Yes.
Did you know a woman named Marisol Klingel?
Yes.
How did you know her?
How did I know her?
Yes, sir.
I met her by my neighbor. My neighbor, one day I was outside at the picnic table. She was outside at my neighbor's house and the picnic table too, and she came, she crossed another property. We started talking.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
No, I don't remember what year it was.
Okay. Was it before April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
You know how far before?
I can say maybe almost a year.
Almost a year?
Yes, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a photo I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Who does this photograph depict?
Marisol?
The Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict what Marisol Klingelhofer looked like at the time you knew her?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Yep.
once again, as I asked you, is this a photograph of Marisol Klingel?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what happened to Marisol?
Yes.
How do you know what happened to Marisol?
Because he was always bragging about it.
Now, when you say he, are you referring to the defendant, Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
Is the person that you know is Andres Tarnava in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Did you point toward him and identify what he's wearing?
He wore a black suit.
All right.
Glass.
When you say he was always bragging about it, what is the it you're referring to?
He would tell me, you don't think I would do it, right? You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?
When he says it, what did he mean?
Objection, the cause of speculation, can't say voting now.
Hang on. Before you answer that question, I'm going to sustain that objection. Flesh it out more, counsel.
Understood. When was he telling you, you didn't think I would do it?
Yes.
Was it shortly after April of 2020?
It was after that
You're overruled.
Now, the reason I'm saying April of 2021, actually,
Hang on,
No.
there's no question.
Oh,
when the defendant would tell you, you didn't think I would do it, how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
that he murder her, kill her.
Okay. Were you talking about that event when he said you didn't think he would do it?
No, he was just saying.
It's out of nowhere.
No, because we were just talking about something else, and he would say, "You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?"
So how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
Because he already had murdered her when he would say that, and he would say it like real loud where everybody can hear.
Who's everybody?
Like whoever was around, like the neighborhood. Because where I live at, we don't have no fence, no fire fence, nothing. So everybody's like, you can just see everything. Like I can see my neighbors. Like, I can yell at him like, "Hey, what's up?" Whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He was just saying loud.
Did you see personally the defendant kill Marisol?
No, because I was asleep.
You were asleep.
Yes, when that happened.
Okay. And did you wake up that day after it happened?
My sister woke me up.
Who woke you up?
My sister.
Your sister. And what was your sister's emotional state at the time?
When she woke me up, and from the expression of her face, she was scared.
Was she calm or was she agitated?
No, she was kind of like not calm and not like she was just like how can I say it? She was like kind of like scared, like hey, can you go outside? Can you go check something?
Objection, Judge.
Scared.
What's the objection?
Objection that it's based on hearsay.
What is?
And his interpretation of what she might, is speculation. His expression of what she might have been thinking or might have felt at that point. Calling that based on speculation.
Well, that's overruled. He's looking at her. So, but just clean up. Ask the question, please.
Yes, sir. Was she upset when she woke you up?
No, she was scared. She was
scared?
Yes.
Was she scared about something that had just happened?
Yes. She didn't know what happened.
Hang on. Sustain. Don't lead your witness.
She didn't know what happened.
Hang on. Don't answer until he asks you a question. I just sustain the objection.
What was she scared
Something
about?
happened outside.
Objection. Based on
She wanted me to go check it out.
and it's based on speculation.
Your Honor, she said something happened outside. It's going to be information that he had not to go outside.
Then you need to ask him what she said, and I'll rule on his objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, apologies. What did she tell you?
Objection.
Hey.
Hang on. Don't answer yet, Roger.
Hearsay.
Okay.
What did she tell you?
No, do you have a response to his hearsay objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an excited utterance.
Excited utterance is what you're going with? That's over, then you're sustained.
And it was the present sentence impression, Your Honor.
That's,
Yes, Your
your
Honor.
objection's overruled. Now you can ask.
What did she tell you?
Well, still my objection, Judge. Even if you say the present sense,
What's your objection, counsel? Your legal objection.
Still hearsay does not right a confrontation.
It's overruled. Go ahead, you can answer the question.
She was, hey Roger, hey, something happened on sideline. Can you go check what happened? And then when I woke up, and she was like, I go, what? I go, something happened outside. Can you go check? And I go, something? And she goes, yeah. And I go, okay. So I got up, I went outside, where the guys were standing. And I went over there and I said, hey, what happened? And just by inspection of their face, they were like shocked.
Okay.
Like,
Your objection's overruled. Answer the, he's finishing his answer. Now ask another question.
Yes, Your Honor. You testified that they were shocked.
yes.
Can you describe a little bit more about how they were doing at the time? Were they shocked? Were they scared? How were they?
They were like shocked, like they couldn't believe like something had happened. Like they were just like shocked, like they couldn't really like talk. They were just like quiet, like shocked, like. And I was like, hey, what happened? They're like, can we take you to our neighbors and a little shed in the neighbor house? We had a little shed. We'll take over there and we'll tell you what happened.
Okay. And did they?
Yes.
What happened?
Objection.
We went.
Hang on. Don't answer
Still
the question.
speculate. If you ask me what happened,
What's your legal objection?
speculation at this point, and it would be based on hearsay.
Hearsay is your objection. That is sustained. They can speak for themselves.
Yes, Your Honor. Did the defendant ever tell you what he did to Marisol specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He just told me that he went, he shot her twice.
When did he tell you that?
A couple hours, when the accident happened.
A couple hours after, on the same day?
Yes.
So after you went outside and talked to the people outside?
Yes.
You spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to them at your house or at his house?
No, we split at my neighbor's house. Me, when I went to go find out, the two guys that were standing there, well, the son and the father took me to the little shed, and
don't say what they told you at the little shed. When did you see the defendant after all of this happened?
the defendant, I'd say like 3 hours, I guess.
2 hours?
3 hours.
2 or 3 hours? Where did you see the defendant?
Yeah, well, he went to my house. We went to my house.
At your house?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you at your house at that time?
The same thing when he would tell me, anything I would do right, anything I wasn't doing.
Did he tell you what he did to Marisol Klingel?
Not specifically, not like specifically tell me what he really did to her, but he just told me that anything I was going to do that right.
Objection in all response.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's overruled.
Did the defendant ever tell you what he did with Miss Klingel-Hoffer's body?
No.
Did the defendant ever threaten you not to tell anyone or go to the police?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That if I would call the police, whatever, it was going to kill me and my family.
When did he tell you that?
Well, the next day, or I really don't remember, but it was just a day he just told me, and that's why I never left from my house, because I had nephews living there. My sister and my mom, you know? So I was scared, you know?
As a witness.
Now, sir, the day that you say Andre spoke with you, do you remember what time of day that was?
No,
Remember what day it was?
no,
You know what day of the week it was?
no. I don't even know what time I fell asleep. I don't even know what time I woke up. I don't know what time my sister woke me up. I ain't paying attention to all that.
Did you call the police or make a report of any of that day?
My brother did.
I did not act. And I know you want to say what you want to say. My question was, did you make a report that day?
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, because
My question.
They can ask you questions again, so.
okay.
So you didn't call the police or make a report,
No.
correct?
No,
What about the next day? Did you call the police or make a report?
no,
What about within that week? Did you call the police and make a report?
no.
And your claim is that there was a threat made to you, correct?
Yeah,
And when that happened, did you call the police or report it?
well, when he claimed me,
Yes,
did I call the police and report?
yes.
I did it, my brother did.
Well,
I'm sorry, what was that?
My brother's the one that called the police. But it wasn't,
but my question to you, did I ask you what your brother did?
no, I did not report it.
All right, you gotta answer my question.
Okay,
Question was, did you make a report?
no,
I mean, did you make a report?
no,
Okay. Did you ever make any type of written statement to the police in this case?
no,
I pass with this. No.
Take
No
it.
question.
No more questions? All right, thank you very much, sir. You take care of yourself, all right? Stay well.
all right, thank you.
May the witness be excused, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Steakhouse deputy. Apologies, Your Honor.
Take your afternoon break, all right? Take about 10 minutes.
All right, so jury,
right, have a seat, everybody. All right, go ahead, state.
Steakhouse Deputy Joseph Garza.
Deputy. Have a seat up here. Go ahead. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you can adjust that microphone too, and just make sure you speak into it. Go ahead, state.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Joseph Garza,
What do you do for a living?
work for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office,
What is your current job with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
gang unit deputy,
What'd you do? Well, how long have you been in the game?
3 years.
What'd you do before that?
Patrol,
How long were you patrol deputy?
3.5 years,
So that's 6.5 years total?
and then 3.5 in the jail, so
All right.
10 total.
So 10 total years here in Bexar County. Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And were you a licensed peace officer working with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office on May 27, 2021?
Yes, sir.
On that date, were you told to be on the lookout for anything specific?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how that call came in and what you were told to be on the lookout for.
We were told to look out for a maroon vehicle.
And who told you that?
I'm not sure exactly who, but I believe it was a little briefing that we had that we were looking for this maroon vehicle.
A little briefing. Did you have that the same day?
Yes.
What time approximately were you briefed on that?
Maybe an hour or so beforehand.
Okay. And what time of day was that?
I'm not sure. If I could revert to the report?
Absolutely. Do you have a copy?
No, sir.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Showing you what I have marked here, states 9. Is that a copy of the report you prepared on May 27, 2021?
Correct. But do you have the front page of the whole thing? Because it was an hour beforehand of the initial stop. That's when I wrote the report.
Oh, okay. One moment.
Should be right there in your left hand, I believe.
Will be the Spears incident summary, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Were these reports prepared by you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Would it assist you in your testimony today to refer to them to refresh your memory as required?
Yes.
I would ask you not to read directly from them, sir. But, would you take a moment to look at that report?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall approximately what time that briefing was?
I believe about 4:30.
4:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, witness?
Yes.
I'll recover this one from you and leave you. Do you recall who was at that briefing?
I believe my supervisor at the time,
Who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay. Besides Sergeant Salinas, was there anyone there from any other law enforcement agency?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head.
Okay. So at this briefing, what were you told?
To look out for a maroon vehicle, SUV.
Were you told that there were any individuals associated with that maroon SUV?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that individual that was associated with that vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
You may.
It's going to be Andres Pettis.
Andres. Would you refer to your report one more time and see if that's a hyphenated name?
Andres Tarnava Pettis.
No. Okay. So what you had at the time was to look for Andres Tarnava Pettis associated with a maroon GMC.
Correct.
All right. So did you ever see that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see it?
On the actual shoulder 35.
And before we get to the actual stop, what were you instructed to do when you saw that vehicle?
To find PC to pull the vehicle over.
What does that mean?
Probable cause.
Okay. So in layperson speak, what were you looking to do?
Conduct a traffic stop.
Okay. And do you have to find a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop in order to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you saw that vehicle driving down the access road of I-35, did you see a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
What was that reason?
No license plate on the trailer.
In the state of Texas, are drivers who operate on public highways required to display a rear license plate on their trailer?
Yes, sir.
Does failing to do so give you reason to pull them over and conduct a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And when you pulled this red GMC Yukon over, who was driving?
The defendant, Andres Tarnava Pettis.
Is the individual that was driving that red GMC Yukon in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to where he's sitting and identify him by a piece of clothing?
He's gonna wear the black jacket with the striped white and blue striped shirt.
Okay, so you saw the defendant on that day on May 27, 2021.
Yes, sir.
All right, now after you made contact with him and conducted that traffic stop, well, who else was with you?
My partner, Deputy Kalunga.
Okay, did the two of you make contact with the driver?
Yes, sir.
During the course of that traffic stop, did you identify additional violations of Texas law?
Yes.
What violations did you identify?
Tampering with identification number.
Okay.
No, we're going to object at this time. Could we approach? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah. Deputy, I'm showing you a series of photographs, State's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Could you please take a look at these and tell me if you recognize what they depict?
Yes, sir. The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay. And do these fairly and accurately depict the vehicle at the time you conducted this traffic stop that we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Let's stay out for State's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
With reference to states 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, We object based on the hearing that was held outside the presence of the jury on prior occasions.
Okay. All right, objections overruled. State's exhibits numbers 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 inclusive are received in evidence.
May I publish? I'm here on States 13. Tell the jury what we see.
The maroon vehicle that the defendant was driving.
States 14, what is this?
The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay, is this from a different angle?
Yes, sir, different angle.
States 15.
The vehicle and the trailer.
State 16.
The vehicle and the trailer.
Finally, State 17.
The trailer from the rear.
Understood. After identifying those two violations of Texas law that you referenced earlier, what did you and your fellow deputies do?
Place the defendant under arrest.
Okay. Where did you take him?
To Bexar County CID.
What is Bexar County CID?
It's our headquarters where they go into, we hold them for questioning.
Okay. Now, at that time, could you have taken the defendant directly to Bexar County Jail?
Yes, sir.
Why did you take him to CID rather than straight to jail?
For the charge, and also he was a suspect in another crime, possible crime.
Okay. So when you say for the charge, do you mean the violations that you conducted the arrest for?
Yes, sir, for the tampering with identification number.
Okay. So did you have lawful authority to detain the defendant at that time on those charges?
Yes, sir.
And why did you take him to CID?
For questioning.
Who requested that you take the defendant to CID to avoid question?
Ranger Pettis.
Where is Bexar County CID located?
200 North Comount.
What else is in that building?
The jail.
Do you work in that building?
No.
After you took the defendant there to CID for questioning, did you remain on location where the defendant was outside the room in which he was being held?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant able to contact you while he was being held awaiting questioning?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to request water or food, for example?
Yes, sir.
Was he restrained other than not being able to leave the room?
No, sir.
As in, was he shackled in handcuffs and the like?
I don't recall if he was uncuffed or not.
What was the temperature like in that building as you waited for CID to arrive?
If I could guess, 74 degrees.
What were you wearing?
A bulletproof vest with my regular uniform.
Were you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
And to your memory, how long did it take for the Rangers to arrive at CID after you placed the defendant there?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours, I believe.
Were you waiting that entire time as well?
Yes, sir.
As a witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense. Sure.
Officer, is this your full report?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to review it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are the ones?
Once today.
You reviewed this report more than once.
Yes.
You would review it right after you wrote it, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed it. It's fair to say you reviewed it before you testified to it today.
Correct.
You review it prior to testifying.
Correct.
Now, it's fair to say that your involvement in the case started on May 27th, 2021?
I don't recall the exact date.
Would it be fair to say it commenced or started the same day that you wrote this report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in your report, which has been marked, do you recall whether or not you started this report with the briefing that you gave?
Can you say that question one more time?
Did you write anything about the briefing
I
that
didn't.
you received in this report?
I did not.
Now, you're a peace officer, licensed peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you have to go to the academy and you take.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
You have
that?
to go to the academy before you become a peace officer, correct?
Correct.
And you take courses or classes with reference to report writing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you spend quite a bit of time with report writing based on the fact that sometimes you have to use these reports to refresh your recollections even 2, 3, 4 years after an incident, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, it's fair to say that your report makes no mention about the briefing that you had earlier on this case.
Correct.
Correct. Now, do you recall where that briefing occurred?
I believe it's off of 35 and 1604 gas station.
Was it a certain building, do you remember the building that it happened?
It was in the parking lot.
It was in the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember approximately how many other officers were at this briefing?
I do not.
Were there more than 5 people?
I don't recall.
Less than 5 people?
I'm not sure.
You remember you were there, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you had a partner, somebody working with you.
Correct.
Okay. Your partner was there.
Correct.
Any corporals that you remember being there? Any corporals or sergeants?
Sergeant Salinas, like I stated earlier.
Oh, he was there. That's 3. Any other personnel from the sheriff's department that you remember?
Those 2 I stated.
Those are the only 2.
That I recall.
What about Texas Rangers?
I don't recall them being at the briefing.
Do you recall how you were actually notified of the briefing?
My supervisor,
Okay. And who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay. So that communication was given you by telephone call, radio, dispatch? How did you receive that information?
I believe cell phone.
Okay, so you believe you got a call on the cell phone
Correct.
from the sergeant?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you were given a time when to appear. Is that fair to say?
I believe we got called in that day.
I'm sorry?
We got called in.
When you say call in, is that inferring that you were off that day?
Not necessarily off, but not my regular duty hours.
Oh, okay. So, did you get called in earlier than you would normally be working that day, or was it after your hours that you would be relieved of your duties to go home?
Early.
Okay, so you got called in early. Is that something that, being called in early for a certain task, is that something that happens all the time?
In my unit, yes.
So there was nothing unusual about being called in early?
No.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the briefing?
I believe it was about an hour before the stop.
So what time was the stop?
Can I refer to my report? I need.
Yeah.
I don't believe that one has it. It's the one that the prosecutor does.
Just see whether it refreshes your recollection.
About 4:30.
About 4:30. So if the stop occurred around 4:30, then the briefing would probably somewhere around maybe 3:30.
No, the stop was at 5:36.
Okay.
The briefing's at 4:30.
Okay, briefing's at 4:30, stop is around 5:30.
Correct.
Correct. Now, who, if you recall, was there a designated person that was actually giving this briefing?
My sergeant, Sergeant Salinas.
So the sergeant gave the briefing.
Correct.
And was your sergeant that indicated what you would be on the lookout for?
Correct.
Were you assigned a certain area to go to look for, say, this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was it your sergeant that assigned to you a certain area, a certain location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what location was it?
I don't recall the exact location. I know it's off of 35 somewhere.
Okay. So it's fair to say that you were told or instructed to go to a certain location to look for a certain vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And I believe your testimony was that you were instructed by, was it your sergeant, to find probable cause?
I believe every traffic stop we find probable cause.
Well, my question to you, or was it your testimony earlier that your sergeant instructed you with reference to this vehicle to find probable cause?
Correct. Correct.
So is it fair to say that in terms of being part of your instruction, it was to locate the vehicle if you saw it?
Correct.
Correct. And then once you saw the vehicle, then you were instructed to find a reason to stop.
Correct.
Correct? Now that type of instruction in terms of stopping the vehicle, is that the way you're trained in the academy to locate a vehicle first and then find a reason to stop it? Is that how you're taught in the academy?
In this situation,
No, my question to you, is that how you're instructed in the academy to locate a vehicle and then find a reason to stop it?
no.
So, in this case, you're waiting, you're at a specific location, and you're waiting, and eventually the subject vehicle comes within view, correct?
Correct.
Now, as this vehicle comes within view, are you and the vehicle facing the same direction when you first see it? Are you out of side view, or are you looking at it from the front as it approaches? Which one?
I don't recall.
Now, your reports, does it reflect in any way, shape, or form how or what direction the vehicle was coming in?
No. May I refresh my memory?
Sure. Did it refresh your recollection?
A little bit.
Okay. So, directions. Were you all in the same direction, or was the vehicle coming towards you when you first saw it?
It didn't specify my report. I don't recall.
You know? Okay. So eventually, you stop the vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
You're in the vehicle with your partner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your partner's name?
Deputy Kalunga.
He was at the briefing, correct?
Correct.
We received the same briefing that you received.
Correct.
So, in the briefing, were you instructed in terms of what to do if you located the vehicle?
Yes.
And your instruction was to stop the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever given any instructions in terms of arresting the person that was driving?
No.
Ever giving instructions with reference to if there was an infraction that was arrestable, that you should arrest him?
Yes.
And this is instructions given to you by your sergeant?
Correct.
Any instructions by your sergeant or anybody else in terms of if there was an arrestable infraction and that person was taken under arrest, what should you do with that person?
Not that I recall.
I want to say what you do with it in terms of whether he should be, say, processed or held as CID. Did anyone instruct you in terms of what you should do at that point?
Not that I recall.
No. So, with reference to once this person is arrested, and you charge them with something, then you would normally take this person to the Fair County Jail, correct?
Correct.
And did someone give you different instructions, not to just take them to the Fair County Jail, but to take them to somewhere specific in the jail other than just book?
To see, what was the question? Sorry.
Were you instructed to take my client to somewhere else other than just to have him booked into jail?
Yes.
Okay. Who gave you those instructions?
I do not recall.
When were those instructions given to you?
After he was placed under arrest.
So he was arrested, and do you recall that if you testified that you received some instructions, was it instructions that were given to you personal by someone that came out to the scene, or was it something that was given to you over your radio or a call on the cell phone?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, once you and your partner stopped my client's vehicle, were other officers called out to the scene?
I believe they just showed up. No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No. Anybody else, like Texas Rangers, anybody else show up at the scene? Or where the car was stopped one side?
Yes.
No. Did you call them to alert them that you had stopped the vehicle or had somebody in custody, or they just happened to be passing by the roadway?
They showed up.
They showed up. You didn't call?
Not that I recall.
You could have. Just don't remember?
Not that I recall.
At the scene where the vehicle was stopped, you remember how many officers arrived at that scene? Once you and your partner stopped the vehicle, you remember how many other officers, or when I say officers, the troopers or rangers, how many came to that location?
If I recall correctly, I believe 2.
2. And you were instructed to take him to, were you instructed at that time to take him to CID?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. When do you recall receiving instructions to take my client to CID?
I believe after trying to find the identification number, which we could not locate, he was under arrest. And we decided to see if auto theft would want to talk to him about it.
I'm sorry, you said we decided what?
Auto theft, to talk to him?
Oh, okay. So your testimony is that you charged him and you've taken him down, and you decided to let him take him to CID for auto theft?
Correct.
And those instructions to do that wasn't by a sergeant, that's something you came up with?
No.
Okay. Who instructed you to take him to CID for auto theft?
Like I said earlier, I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
I do not recall.
You don't recall that? So did you transport my client?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you stopped his vehicle, you said around 5:30 at the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
What time did you get down to the Bear County jail?
I don't recall.
Would it be reflected anywhere in your reports?
I'm not sure, but can I refresh my memory if it is in there? No.
No. So would it have been like maybe an hour later, 2 hours later? Any idea?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. So you take my client down to the jail, and you don't take him to be booked, correct?
Correct.
And that's a decision you said that you made, not to book him, but to take him to CID.
I don't recall saying that.
Oh. You took him when he got to the jail. Did you take him to be booked?
No.
What did you do?
We went to CID.
Okay. Did you at that point make arrangement with some detective in CID to talk to him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall it?
No, sir.
Is that reflected in your report?
Not that I recall. Can I check?
Sure. Is it reflected anywhere in your report?
No, sir.
Once you arrive at CID, it's fair to say that during the transportation part of it, my client, he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
And once he gets into the jail where you are, he's not free to leave, correct?
Correct.
He's still in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
So, at that point, is he placed into a room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see one of the CID interview rooms.
Yes, sir.
Now, once he's placed in the CID interview room, at this point, do you call the detectives from RFF? It's fair to say that during the transportation part of it, my client, he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
And once he gets into the jail where you are, he's not free to leave, correct?
Correct.
He's still in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
So, at that point, is he placed into a room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see one of the CID interview rooms.
Yes, sir.
Now, once he's placed in the CID interview room, at this point, do you call the detectives from RFF to talk to him?
No, I met with the sergeant down there.
Okay, you met with what sergeant?
Sergeant Mahan.
Okay, and what division is he a part of?
Homicide.
Okay. So your testimony is that you took him to CID to have an interview by a auto theft detective, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't happen, or does that happen?
No.
No. But you do recall talking to a homicide detective, correct?
Sergeant.
A homicide sergeant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you seek that sergeant out, or did he just kind of find you in terms of a possible interview?
Can you rephrase that question?
Who initiated the conversation? Did you seek that sergeant? Did you go find him, or did he find you?
That was their office.
The CID office?
Yes, sir.
Was a homicide CID office?
It's in the same building at that time.
It's the same building, correct? It's the same area and the same rooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is that, did you seek out, you look for the sergeant, the homicide sergeant to talk to my client, or did you seek a auto theft detective to talk to him?
He ran into me.
Or he ran into you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he ran into you, and did you initiate a conversation with him, or did he initiate a conversation with you?
Initiated with me.
He initiated a conversation with you?
Correct.
My client is in the room, correct?
Correct.
And I believe your testimony, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, your testimony was that my client was placed in a room, and he was in that room until either officers or detectives met with him, correct?
Correct.
What time frame was it? How long was he in the room, the CID room, before he was either approached or seen by detectives? What type of time frame are we talking?
I don't recall the exact time.
Is it in your notes here?
No, sir.
Okay. Now this room is he free to walk out the room?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And was he placed in his room more than an hour?
Yes.
Now, where were you stationed? Were you stationed on the outside of the room, or were you inside the room with him?
Outside the room.
Okay. Were you like guarding the door, or what was your function or your duties at this point?
Standing by until an investigator spoke to him.
Okay. So, at this point, what investigators are we talking about? Are we talking about homicide investigators, or are we talking about auto theft investigators?
To speak with him?
I'm sorry?
Is that your question?
Okay. When you said you were standing by, waiting until the investigators had an opportunity to talk to you, correct?
Correct.
Are we talking about homicide investigators, or are we talking about the auto theft investigators?
I'm not sure, it's above me.
It's above you?
Correct.
Okay. But you testified that you brought him down, correct? And you placed him in the CID room, correct?
Correct.
Based on whose instructions?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Now, it's fair to say that typically if you have someone under arrest, there's a booking process, correct?
Correct.
And in the jail, there's also a magistration process, correct?
Correct.
And you have, fair to say that you have judges that actually in that building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to give an arrested person their rights and to magistrate them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the booking process, if they're booked, it's fair to say that they're booked, and then they go to see the magistrate judge, correct?
Correct.
They give them their rights, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
Instead, you have a person locked in a room, and you said it was, what, more than an hour? What about 2 hours? More than 2 hours?
Possibly.
Okay. More than 3 hours?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. More than 4 hours? You don't recall that?
Correct.
Okay. Could have been 5 hours, you just don't recall.
Correct.
Right. And your testimony is that even if it was 5 hours, it is fair to say you stayed at the front door to while that door that was locked. You stayed at that door the whole time?
Correct.
Didn't move, correct?
Correct.
During that period of time, say it's 4 hours, 5 hours, how many times during that period of time did you check on the my client?
I don't recall.
You don't recall it. Now, you testified on direct examination that you were in uniform with your body armor on, those types of things, and the conditions were comfortable.
Correct.
Correct. Wasn't too hot. Correct. Wasn't too cold. Correct?
Correct.
Did you ever check the conditions in the room where my client was?
No.
No. How big a room we talking about? Big as this courtroom?
His room?
Yeah. The room that he was in, how big was it?
Not sure.
You're not sure. It wasn't the size of the courtroom, correct?
Correct.
What about half the size?
No.
Wasn't it? Maybe, what about a fourth of this courtroom? Not as big as that either.
Not sure.
You're not sure. Passages.
Peter Ed? And pretext stops. I'd like to talk to you about that just for a second. You told us, you told the jury that you were looking to perform a pretext stop, correct?
Correct.
When you're doing that, looking for a car, can you just pull them over for no reason?
No, sir.
All right, do you have to find a valid traffic violation in order to pull somebody over?
Correct.
No matter why you're pulling them over, you still have to find a valid traffic violation.
Yes, sir.
Did you find one in this case?
Yes, sir.
When you pull somebody over for a traffic violation, is every violation of the law of the sort that you can arrest them for?
Yes, sir.
Well, for example, if somebody's pulled over for doing 5 over, are you able to just arrest them and take them downtown?
No.
Okay. You have to find a violation that allows for an arrest before you can arrest somebody, right?
Correct.
Did you in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned CID a number of times. What does CID stand for?
CID is Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, is that the detectives?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Cox made a pretty thorough line of inquiry about the potential of you going to auto theft CID rather than homicide CID, right?
Correct.
In this case, why did you think at the time that auto theft CID might be the appropriate detectives?
Due to the crime.
Okay, the nature of the charge that you arrested him for.
Correct.
And You didn't and it was not until, well, was Sergeant Mayhem the first individual from homicide to approach you about this individual?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you placed the defendant in that room in CID, did you enter the room with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you notice anything off about the room when you opened the door and sat him down?
No, sir.
And you testified that you were there outside the room the entire time.
Correct.
If he banged on the door or needed anything or asked for anything, would you have been there?
Yes, sir.
Would you have answered?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care of yourself now, will you? Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Texas Ranger Jesse Pettis.
Just sit down and get comfortable first, all right?
Yes, sir.
All your stuff.
Move some of this stuff, Judge.
Give that to the clerk.
There you go, man. Mind if I put this here?
No,
Judge?
you're fine there.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat. Good? Raise your hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Move that microphone closer if you need to. These folks need to hear you. Go ahead,
Sure.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. Please report. Good afternoon, Ranger.
Afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourselves to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. My name is Jesse Pettis. I'm a Texas Ranger with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Ranger, how long have you been with the Rangers?
I got promoted to Texas Rangers in February of 2021.
What law enforcement agency, if any, did you belong to prior to becoming a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Got about 15 years of prior law enforcement experience. Belonged to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Started my career off there in 2009. After that, I went to work for the city of New Braunfels as a patrolman, and then I joined the ranks of Texas DPS Trooper in 2015.
And DPS stands for what, Ranger?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, Ranger, because I think we've all heard of the term Texas Ranger, but what are your duties as a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Texas Rangers conduct major and special criminal investigations, primarily crimes against persons. Some of those offenses would include murder, sexual assault, robbery, officer-involved shootings, public corruption, officer misconduct.
And you mentioned murder being one of the things you investigate.
That's correct.
During your time with the Rangers, or in the 15 years of your law enforcement experience, would you say that you've had occasion to investigate many murders, a few murders? How many?
I couldn't provide an exact number, but I've been involved in prior murder investigations.
Or not? And is that, as part of your Ranger duties, is that throughout the state of Texas?
Correct. Texas Rangers have statewide jurisdiction. We're assigned to a company, but it's not uncommon that we travel the state to assist city, county, and state and federal agencies with criminal investigations.
Were you employed with the Texas Rangers on or about April of 2021?
I was.
And did you have occasion around May of that same year to become involved in the investigation into the murder and disappearance of a victim by the name of Marisol Klingelhoff.
That's correct.
Ranger, can you sort of tell us how is it that the Rangers first became involved in this case?
I believe the originating agency that originated a missing person investigation was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And did they forward the information up to the Rangers?
So I believe the information was provided to the Ranger Division, my partner, Texas Ranger Brett Peters, and I believe they requested assistance with the investigation.
Is that something that happens often?
Yes, one of our primary goals is to assist other agencies with criminal investigations.
So nothing unusual that would happen in this case?
No, sir.
You mentioned Ranger Brett Peters as your partner.
Correct.
Let me ask you this, Ranger Pettis. Were you the lead investigator in this case?
I was not.
Do you recall how you personally became involved on the case?
Ranger Peters requested assistance with the investigation.
And why is that?
I believe basically due to the area where the investigation was being conducted, and then also I believe there was some Spanish-speaking subjects involved in a criminal investigation, and I'm a bilingual Texas Ranger and commonly requested to assist with investigations.
Let's talk about the area first, Ranger Pettis. Why would you be a go-to person when we're speaking about the area where this is all alleged to have happened?
Sure. I was born and raised in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas. Most of my law enforcement career has been in the Central Texas area, to include when I was a state trooper prior to promoting. My state trooper duties were in the Atascosa, Bexar County region.
So did Ranger Peters maybe think that you might
There's a
provide...
call for speculation.
Let him finish the question next time you object, but that's sustained.
So why do you think Ranger Peters asked you to step into this investigation?
I don't know.
Again, call for speculation.
That's sustained.
Fair enough. Did he ever communicate to you why?
Not a specific reason. I believe, like I said, the translation to the Spanish-speaking involved parties, I guess.
Okay, so let's talk about that as well, Ranger Pettis, your Spanish-speaking abilities. You mentioned you're bilingual.
That's correct.
Are you a native speaker?
Yes, I speak Spanish, fluent Spanish, correct.
Have you spoken Spanish your whole life?
Yes.
Is it something that you are certified for with the Texas Rangers?
Texas Department of Public Safety certifies me, yes, sir.
Does it allow you to use your language skills as part of your job duties as a Texas Ranger?
That's correct.
In other words, are you allowed to talk to witnesses, interpret what they're saying, use it in your investigation?
Correct.
And are those services that you provided during the course of this case?
Correct.
Okay, so Ranger Pettis, you became involved in the investigation. Do you remember more or less, chronologically speaking, timeline-wise, what the first thing that you did when you picked up the case?
One of the first things that Ranger Peters requested during the course of his investigation, he was working alongside with several agencies. One of the very first things that he requested was some...
Question, what did he do? Not what somebody was thinking about.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
One of the very first things that I was tasked with was doing some aerial surveillance, I believe, on this investigation.
Aerial surveillance?
Correct.
And what are we talking about when we were discussing aerial surveillance?
He had, during the course of his investigations, he had identified numerous locations.
It's still speculation on it. He's talking about what some other officers did, Judge. In my position, that's hearsay.
Okay. You're answering questions based on what you did pertaining to what other officers did.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, that's overruled. Ask the question again.
Yes, sir, you may proceed.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes, sir. Aerial investigations. What did you do as part of your aerial investigation?
Correct. During the initial phase, I would say, of the investigation, Ranger Peters requested that I assist with some aerial surveillance of numerous locations within the Bexar County and I believe it was Medina County areas.
Do you remember any specific addresses that were requested to be aerially surveyed?
Correct. I believe there was 3 total addresses, and you want the verbatim address, sir?
If you can.
Sure.
Yes.
Myself and Texas DPS Special Agent Nava were requested to conduct some surveillance at
Objection. The witness appears to be reading from a document that's not in evidence.
Let's overrule. Go ahead.
Special Agent Nava and I conducted some surveillance in the 1100 block. I believe it's 11125 Fowler Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas was one address. Another address that was requested to conduct surveillance was 18407 Lucky Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas. And the final address was 1387 Farm to Market Road, 471 North in Castroville, Medina County, Texas.
Are these addresses, Ranger Pettis, that came to the knowledge of law enforcement as potentially being relevant to the investigation into the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhoff?
That's correct.
And that's why you went out there and surveilled them?
Correct.
While you were surveilling these things from the air, do you remember if you were in an aircraft or what kind of equipment was being used?
Sure. I requested assistance from United States Customs and Border Protection Aircraft Division here in San Antonio. And I believe the aircraft that we utilized was a helicopter through CBP. We boarded in a helicopter and we conducted aerial surveillance on those locations.
And you were personally present in the helicopter?
I was inside of the helicopter, yes, sir.
So you physically laid eyes on these locations?
Correct. Due to the height that we're at, we utilize surveillance equipment, which would include cameras and computer screens within the aircraft.
And that was done in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to refresh my recollection, Ranger Peters, you mentioned that 2 of those addresses were in Bexar County.
Correct.
And that was the Fowler address?
Correct. One of the locations is on Fowler Road, and the other location, I believe, is Lucky Road.
Okay. Now, you were explaining to us how this is near the town of Atascosa, but it's still inside Bexar County.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you very familiar with this area?
I am.
Are you familiar with Google Maps?
Yes, sir.
You've used it before?
I have.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you 3 exhibits, Ranger Pettis. The first one is State's Exhibit number 19, that has already been admitted into evidence. But I would also like to show you number 18 and number 20. Would you kindly take a look? First, let's start with, I guess let's go chronologically. Let's start with 18. Can you recognize what 18 depicts?
Yes, sir. State Exhibit 18 is a photocopy photograph of Bexar County and surrounded by some dotted lines showing the jurisdiction of Bexar County, Texas.
And to your knowledge, is it a fair and accurate depiction of Bexar County as you understand it to be?
Correct.
What about State's number 19?
State Exhibit 19 appears to be the same map, closer view, I guess, showing the outskirts of Loop 1604. There's also a red dot down here showing the location.
And this is the exhibit that was previously admitted into evidence, right? That red dot, Ranger, whereabout is it, if you know?
It's southern, southwest Bexar County.
Okay. Is that one of the areas that you surveilled while you were aboard that helicopter?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about State's number 20?
State Exhibit 20 is a zoomed-in version of southwest Bexar County. Dictates Interstate 35. It's got 2 specific addresses on here. Fowler Road address and a Lucky Road address. And also the town of Lytle and Somerset and Von Army are shown on this photograph.
Fair and accurate depiction of what the image shows?
That's correct.
To your knowledge?
Correct.
And you described for us Fowler Road and Lucky Road, and those are the 2 addresses that you surveyed?
That's correct.
Now, you told us that you had used Google Maps before.
I have, yes, sir.
Is it possible on Google Maps to enter 2 addresses and then have the software, I guess, the program, plot a course between the two addresses?
Sure.
Like give you driving directions, basically.
Sure.
Does that appear to have happened on state's number 20?
It's showing yes, the state exhibit 20 is showing a distance and a time frame it appears to take between these two locations.
Have you personally driven those roads before?
I have driven on those roads, yes.
Would you assess that based on your experience and having driven those roads, that's about accurate?
It's an approximation, yes, sir.
Fair enough. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer into evidence states number 18 and 20, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
No, 18 and 20, I think you would have told me that.
Yeah.
Now, Ranger, with reference to states exhibit number 20 and 18, did you prepare these maps yourself?
Can you repeat the question one more time, counsel?
Did you prepare these maps?
I did not, no, sir.
And do you work for Ruben?
I do not, sir.
Okay, you don't. And it's fair to say that you did not do any measurements or anything else with reference to these maps?
I did not, no, sir.
They could be accurate, they could be off a little, correct? From your purpose, I mean, you didn't do any studies on these maps to say, well, this is correct based on this, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
And you didn't, for your testimony here, you didn't go to locations and time it or on your vehicle, map it out in terms of how many miles from one place to the other, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
No. Your Honor, I will object to 26, number 20 and 18, based on the fact that the state has not established a proper predicate for the admission.
Okay, that's overruled. States 18 and 20 are received in evidence.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Judge?
Okay, Ranger Pettis, let me put it up on the projector here, if I may, sir. When we were talking about state's exhibit number 18, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're seeing on 18?
Sure. State exhibit 18 appears to be like I said, a photocopy of a map. Appears to show the Bexar County jurisdictional lines that are indicated by red dots. The surrounding counties around it, the surrounding towns around it. There's also, I believe, a yellow star in the middle of San Antonio, and then also Six Flags Fiesta, Texas has a logo in the general area where it's located.
And Ranger Pettis, is the red line what you described for me when I was holding it up for you before it was introduced? This dotted red line around the picture?
Correct.
Okay. Let's jump now to the previously admitted exhibit and state's exhibit number 19. What are we seeing there?
State exhibit 19 appears to be, like I said, a zoom-in version of the same possible map. It's also got a red dot that's showing a location within southwest Bexar County between the towns of Somerset, Von Army, and Lytle, Texas.
Is it possible, Ranger Pettis, I have 18 and 19 both kind of juxtaposed on this projector. Is it possible to make out any major towns or cities near that red dot within Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
And what are those towns?
On State Exhibit 19, you can see the towns of Lacoste, Lytle, Von Army, McDonough, Somerset, Losoya, Elmendorf, also on the same State Exhibits 18 as well.
And let me point over here to the bottom left of 19 and the bottom left of 18. Is that Lytle?
That is Lytle, Texas, yes, sir.
Is Lytle outside of Bexar County?
I believe Lytle is actually within 3 counties. Lytle is one of those towns that has jurisdiction in Bexar County, Medina County, and Atascosa County.
Now, Ranger Pettis, on 18, I want to point one down here. Does that say Atascosa?
It says Atascosa, yes.
You were describing for us during the questioning, Ranger Pettis, that Atascosa, while called Atascosa, is actually in Bexar County.
Correct. I believe several, or Atascosa might be a dual county, just like Lytle is a tri-county area. But to the best of my recollection here, Atascosa is within Bexar County. Now, Atascosa is a town, which is commonly referred to as Atascosa County, which is south, but there, Atascosa is in the Bexar County jurisdictional map.
And is that fairly inaccurately depicted on States 18?
Correct.
Okay, now let's jump to States 20. What are we looking at on States 20?
The State Exhibit 20 appears to be a further zoomed in map showing two locations that were identified earlier. They show Interstate 35, which runs through southwest Bexar County into Lytle, Texas. Also shows the town of Somerset, Von Army. Also Farm to Market Road 2790, which kind of runs east to west in southern Bexar County, Atascosa County.
Okay, let me kind of juxtapose it again with States 18. Do we see the town of Lytle on both 18 and 20?
That's correct.
Okay. Perfect. So, both of these addresses inside Bexar County?
Correct.
Ranger Pettit, as a part of your duties in this case, did you also interview witnesses?
I did interview some people, yes.
Do you remember what witnesses you interviewed?
Specifically, I remember speaking with a young man named Carlos. They refer to him as Carlitos, I believe.
Okay, so specifically you recall talking to a Carlitos?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember where that took place?
I believe it was at the Fowler Road location.
Okay. And do you remember the date, more or less? More specifically, if you can.
It was during this time frame within May. I believe it was the same day that the search warrant was executed.
Okay. So that same day that the search warrant is executed, you spoke to Carlitos at the Fowler Road address?
Correct.
Do you remember if Carlitos gave you a written statement?
He provided a written statement, yes.
Okay. Did you speak to any other witnesses?
Alongside, I accompanied Ranger Peters and the other investigators while they spoke to several people, yes.
Now you mentioned the execution of a search warrant. What locations was the search warrant given to search?
I believe Ranger Peters obtained 2 or 3 search warrants. One of them, it was the Fowler Road location and the Lucky Road location. And also, I believe you got a search warrant for a vehicle.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So several search warrants.
Correct.
Were you present the day that those warrants were executed?
I was.
And you just told us that, right? You talked to Carlitos.
Correct.
That's right. Okay. When you guys went out to those locations, do you remember what you were looking for?
Any kind of evidence relevant to the offense of murder.
What sort of things?
That would be any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence, DNA, blood, body parts, anything that can be used to commit the offense of murder. Also electronic surveillance systems, any kind of electronic data that might have captured the offense or to locate witnesses.
Do you remember if you found anything?
At the Fowler Road location, a pretty extensive search was conducted, and we located what we believed after the medical examiner arrived was human bones.
Okay, so some human remains.
Correct.
Where were these located, if you remember?
In the rear portion of the yard, within a burn area, I believe.
A burn area?
Correct.
Can you describe what you mean by that? What is a burn area?
Correct. This area was initially observed during the aerial surveillance in the rear portion of the Fowler Road location. It appeared to be a large burn pit, which is common out in the rural areas. People go and they burn things. Large circular, while on scene, just large debris fields that had been burnt. You can tell that previously there was active fire there due to the ongoing heat, the debris there, and also I believe there were some burn barrels, which are common 55-gallon style barrels.
A burn barrel?
Correct.
And what are burn barrels used for, as the name might imply? But what is a burn barrel used for?
Well, I mean, a barrel can be used for numerous things, but in prior investigations, I've seen 55-gallon style barrels used to burn items. Also to storage items, liquids, or any other kind of debris.
And that's where the what was believed to be the human remains, the bones, were located.
I can't tell you exactly where they were located,
Okay.
but I believe, like I said, something was located there.
Okay. Were you able to recover any shell casings?
Personally, I did not recover. I believe some fire cartridges were located.
Okay. And you remember the caliber of those shell casings that were recovered?
They were smaller caliber, I believe 25 caliber.
Okay. At some point, while the search warrant was being executed, do you remember if you or Ranger Peters were notified of any vehicles that were arriving to the area?
I'm not sure if it was during the process of the search warrant or prior to executing the search warrant, but we were notified of the suspect vehicle involved in the investigation, yes.
Let me ask you that, Ranger Pettis. At this time that the search warrant was applied for and granted, was there a suspect or a person of interest that law enforcement might have been looking for or looking at?
Correct. There was I guess you'd say suspect. There was a suspect and there was a suspect vehicle that was associated with the criminal investigation.
And do you recall what that vehicle was?
I believe it was a maroon GMC Yukon, or a larger style SUV. Older model, wasn't fairly new.
And what about the suspect? Do you recall who that was?
Correct.
Who was that?
It was a young man named Andres, and I might say the last name Tarnava.
Okay. So Andres Tarnava, red GMC style Yukon.
Correct.
Okay. And you were telling us that at some point, you don't remember if it was before the execution of the warrant or during, you received information that that person in that vehicle had been spotted?
Correct.
Did the Rangers give any orders or send out any calls as to what should happen to that vehicle?
We were working in conjunction with multiple agencies, and this information was shared with all agencies involved. And the patrol units, I believe they were, they might have been a specialized unit within the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. We had surveillance within the area. So the vehicle was not at the location, I believe. The vehicle was located, and I believe a probable cause traffic stop was conducted on the vehicle.
Did you ever personally make the location of that traffic stop?
Eventually, I ended up going to the traffic stop location, yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to any deputies that were involved in that stop?
I briefly spoke with some deputies at the traffic stop location, yes.
Do you remember their names?
One of the deputies was Deputy Garza. I can't remember the first names, but another one was Deputy Kalunga, and I think I don't recall the third deputy. I want to say there was 3 deputies there.
Fair enough. When you arrived, was the suspect, Andres Tarnava, present at the traffic stop?
He was.
Did you have occasion to talk to him at that time?
I don't recall if I went to introduce myself and speak with him.
But you do remember seeing him there?
I believe he was detained in the back of a police car, yes.
Do you know if Andres Tarnava was transported anywhere from that traffic stop?
He was.
Where was he transported to?
He was taken to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office located at 200 North Comal.
Here in Bexar County?
That's correct.
Okay. While that was going on, what did you do after that happened, after he was taken?
After they relocated Andres from the traffic stop location, I went back to, I want to say it was the Fowler Road location, and I was tasked by Ranger Peters to do numerous things out there, execution of the search warrant.
Did you ever go out to the Lucky Road location?
Eventually, I think I did go out to the Lucky Road location.
That same day?
I don't recall if it was the same day, because this was a multi-day operation, I believe.
Okay, what about the, you told us that a search warrant was acquired for the search of the vehicle.
Correct.
Was that the same day?
I believe the vehicle was transported to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, and I believe a brief search of the vehicle was also conducted that day.
Did the Rangers partake in this search, to your knowledge?
Yes, the Rangers did. Like I said, it was multiple agencies, but we were involved in the search of the vehicle as well.
And again, what were you trying to locate?
Any kind of evidence pertaining to the missing person, any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence to include blood, DNA, hair fibers.
At that point in time, based on everything that the Rangers knew, that law enforcement knew, did you have occasion to believe that that red vehicle would be relevant?
Yes.
And of course, we're talking about the relevancy towards the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhoff.
That's correct.
Do you remember if during the search of that vehicle, anything of relevance was found?
I recall some abnormal stains were located, or some kind of stains were located in the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Why were these stains abnormal to you?
Due to the location, and I believe some intelligence during the course of the investigation, were that the body was moved in that vehicle.
Did you see stains that might be consistent with blood?
There was some stains that were suspicious, yes.
And what happens during the course of an investigation when a ranger or a law enforcement agent uncovers, let's say, floor mats that might contain blood? What happens?
A further crime scene process occur, the collection of the evidence. At that point, depending on the lead ranger's whatever he wants to do with it, as far as process it there or send it off to a criminal laboratory for further processing.
Do you know if that occurred in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. But it might be Ranger Peters that knows more about that as the lead investigator, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long after you had seen Ranger Pettis, after you had seen Tarnava in the back of the squad car when he was transported to Bexar County, about how long after did you see him again?
I couldn't tell you an exact number. I would estimate several hours due to us being tasked with executing search warrants at multiple locations, and then the vehicle. It was at least several hours, I know that.
And if I were to throw out a number of 4 or 5 hours, would you have any reason to doubt?
That's a fair and accurate yes. I would say at least 4 hours.
Okay. And during that time, remind us what Rangers were doing and investigators.
Well, we were doing a lot. After the traffic stop location, the search warrants were executed at both locations, crime scene processing to include photographing, locating witnesses, and then in this case, on the downside, it started, nightfall happened. We started losing sunlight, and that can be bad for crime scene processing. So we ran into losing sunlight. They were large properties. There were several people at the properties, I believe. There's a lot that goes into processing a scene and executing a search warrant.
Was it the intention, or your intention, or the intention of the Rangers to go talk to Andres Tarnava at the jail?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the best way to ask this, the weight the 4-hour wait, was that done intentionally as a sort of like investigative tactic or interrogation tactic or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Why did it take 4 hours?
There was a lot to do at both locations. On top of that, prior to speaking with someone, you want to look at the evidence that you've uncovered through witnesses or any kind of evidence that you receive or learn about during your crime scene processing at the locations.
So about 4 hours later, did you have the occasion to talk to Andres Tarnava in an interview room at the Bexar County facility?
Correct. Ranger Peters, myself, and a Bexar County Sheriff's Office detective eventually made it to the Sheriff's Office and entered an interview room.
Now you mentioned Ranger Peters was with you, and who else?
It was a Bexar County Sheriff's Office Missing Persons Unit detective. I believe the young man's name was Arraignment.
Is it customary, Ranger Pettis, when an interview of a suspect takes place, for that interview to be recorded?
Correct.
And is it the practice of the Texas Rangers, when a suspect is going to be interviewed in custody, to read him or her their Miranda rights?
That's correct.
Was that done in this case?
It was.
Have you had an opportunity, Ranger Pettis, to review Andres Tarnava's interview video?
I did review some of it this earlier today, yes, sir.
May I approach the witness room?
Yeah.
Ranger Pettis, let me show you State's Exhibit number 12 for identification purposes. Would you kindly take a look at State's 12 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize State Exhibit 12.
And how do you recognize it, sir?
Due to me initialing and dating the CD.
Is this the CD of the interview that you reviewed prior to your testimony here today?
Correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events of the interview as you remember them happening?
Correct.
Short of some redactions that had to be made, right?
Correct.
Okay, but short of that, fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
Has it been changed or altered other than in the way we just discussed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, Judge, at this time the State would offer States 12 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel.
To approach it.
Exhibit 12 is received in evidence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the dilemma. As you know, there's about 4 hours of silence on this video, as well as about an hour, hour and a half of talking. That would take us substantially past 5 o'clock this evening. So there's just some decisions to make how we handle that logistically for you guys, like fast forwarding and stuff like that, although, you know, it is in evidence now, all of it. That's kind of what we're wrestling with right now. So, being that it's already 4:30, I think it's probably better for you guys if we don't cut it all up and do that, and let's just tackle it Thursday morning, all of it, together. The state will put on the rest of whatever they want to do with this video, and then the defense will have an opportunity to cross-examine based upon that, okay? I just think it flows much better that way than to just show you a little snippet right now and send you on your way at 5. And there's no way of keeping you here until 10 or 11 o'clock at night watching a video with nobody talking, all right? So that's where we are right now. Look, you're off tomorrow, as you know. Although I hear it might rain. It might wash out what we have planned, if you have any. But it's so vitally important that you don't talk to anybody, you don't research anything. Look, you're going to want to watch the weather because of what's going on tomorrow. If you see anything about this case, just mute it, change the channel, whatever you got to do. And that goes for your loved ones. If they're watching TV and looking at the weather and something comes up, turn it off, all right? Don't be influenced by anything other than what comes out of this chair right next to me, okay? I shall enjoy your holiday. I shall see you at Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Same place, okay? Thursday, 9 a.m., all right? Have a safe home.
All right, for the jury, please bring your writing material. Keep your pen. Keep your pen. Bring your writing material.
never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the